and welcome everyone to Chess.com's continued coverage of the FIDE World Cup alongside me, women's world champion Ho Yifan, and we have tie breaks ahead of us today, Yifan. Round 4 sent some people home already and sent many other matches to tie breaks. Thanks for being with us. And which matchup has you most excited today in the tie breaks?
Well, there are many interesting fights, and I believe Magnus probably catches a lot of attention, right? It seems like he missed some pretty good chances in both of the games. So we'll see how he deals with this tiebreak, but also many other very balanced tiebreak as well.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, the last time we were talking to Magnus, actually a few days ago, he had still won every game. Then enjoyed a couple of back-to-back rest days and now has drawn both games since. Obviously, Radoslav Wojtaszek deserves a lot of credit for that. But certainly all eyes will be on world champion Magnus Carlsen, along with many other matchups in the tiebreaks portion. So let's remind everybody of what the tiebreaks format is all about. The players draw for color odds, which I think is a cool thing. It's not just based on higher rated players. The time control starts with a time control that is well known from the World Chess Championship tiebreak. Of course, Magnus, very, very familiar with that time control, as both of the last World Championship matches against Karjakin and Caruana, respectively, have gone to 25-10. And then we've got tie breaks. The time controls only get faster, right? We move into 10-10 and 5-10. The players cannot draw. Yifan, I have a question for you. In the tie break portion, how much experience do you have in that time control, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment?
You mean my experience on tie breaks?
Yes.
Well, I think I had tiebreak both in the women's World Cup and also in the open section as well. And the time control always the same, and the difference is basically about the games. I remember once that the tiebreak of the time control, like for example 25+10, we got 4 games, and later I thought we only got 2 games. So I thought that when the time control was shortened, let's say the speed moves to the faster side, and then they're more exciting and could be out of control.
Right. Well, we'll see how many matches get out of control today. Reminder, everybody, of course, we will know what the big storylines are after today. Will Carlsen still be dancing there in Sochi? But right now, just, so much drama has already happened. Giri, Caruana, among the big names eliminated yesterday. Jeffrey Zhang, Pentala Hari Krishna joined them, as well as Praggnanandhaa. And then, of course, on the right side there, you see until yesterday, Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa were both some of the brightest storylines happening among the young guns. But of course, one of them is no longer with us. Sindarov is still there. We're going to take a very quick break, Yifan. When we return, the games will begin. We'll highlight a little bit of some of the most dramatic finishes in yesterday's regulation that got us to these tiebreak matches today, and plenty more ahead in what will be an awesome, awesome day today with tie breaks from round 4. The 2021 FIDE World Cup continues right here on Chess.com in just a minute. And as we see that countdown clock reach liftoff, here we go. The clocks have been started. Daniil Dubov makes his first move. Esipenko responds, and we are rolling. I'm actually going to pull up that matchup right away because why not? Neither of these two are. I guess they weren't covered by us as much as the young guns. Thinking of Sindarov and the heads he turned beating Giri, thinking of Praggnanandhaa, but talk about a couple of guys with very bright futures. Esipenko beating Carlsen and Tata Steel, which many remember. Anyway, very excited for this matchup with two very aggressive, dynamic players in a fast time control.
And we saw that the game started with this, well, how to call its name? Just C5, bishop b4, c b4. This is kind of typical structure.
Yeah, this is Queen's Indian, I guess, by Bogo Indian, maybe. I'm, you know, I don't play this particular line for either side. I do play a Nimzo against the knight of 3, avoiding the Nimzo. I would play a more traditional Queen's Indian or even transpose into some sort of QGD. So these Bogo Indians are slightly more specialized than some of the mainline Queen's Gambit decline. Do you play this position for either side?
Yeah, I was playing with the black side, but that was already back to like years ago. But I remember not long ago, maybe last year, not so sure, that there was a game. Or maybe in candidates, I don't remember exactly. Just like black side wants to fight and trying to play for a win, and then he chose this one, and white just managed well. I thought white was Grischuk, but I don't remember who was the black side. And it shows that this structure could be tricky for black as he got this double B pawn, right? But the hope is like D6, E5, A5, knight A6, trying to provoke white to push D5. So that's one of the ideas. And the other is probably you try to push D5, but be careful that when the C pawn exchange with one of the center pawns, and basically white just has an extra pawn in the center. So this position would be tricky, and black clearly wants to get some control along the dark squares. But in the meantime, white also could, have different ways, center A3, 91, 93. I mean, they're different plans.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw a game in this line in the candidates that was
Okay.
evolving the theory here. But okay, a lot of eyes have switched there, along with our roaming camera, to the Magnus Carlsen matchup. So we will switch over there and see what opening begins there. Wow, a lot of theory has already moved us along. I'm going to quickly recap.
Knight F3, E3 on the Catalan. Okay.
So we had another not exactly a Bogo Indian in the same sense. It was actually a Catalan move order with G3 and Bishop G2, but a similar idea, and that the A pawn advances, kind of inviting the trade over here on the queen side. Wojtaszek plays mainline stuff here. Stop me at any moment if you see anything. Obviously, yeah, this is we're pretty deep in the line, given that we've only been live here for a couple minutes. That already on move 13, and Magnus Carlsen on the clock. Has just played the move queen to b8, sacrificing the c6 pawn potentially.
Well, maybe his idea is first of all, white cannot take c6, I believe, because there are so many tempos coming here.
Queen takes c6. Something simple, I guess. You just develop, and then suddenly the pawn is feeling poisoned. I didn't see a concrete reason why you can't take the pawn, at least not some sort of immediate response. But what's the idea? You're just developing, and then some sort of gambit where you're just getting the initiative here?
Yeah, maybe bishop f5, because I was thinking if you wanted to move the bishop to somewhere else, you could move first, and after queen c6, you can go queen b8. So there's some idea that he moves the queen to b8 first.
Got it.
Maybe aiming for this bishop to f5.
Got it.
That is also making sense. Yeah.
We see Wojtaszek leaning in there a little more focused. Magnus got kind of the confident crossing arm pose, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's well known for that pose.
Yeah, if I just go some knight c3 with idea knight a4, like slowly playing positional chess. So this queen b8 is, I'm not sure what's the idea apart from waiting for bishop f5.
Yeah, your idea of knight c3, knight a4, obviously a typical kind of positional approach when your opponent has hanging pawns, which are 2 pawns on open files for your opponent. For those who don't speak fluid pawn structure, hanging pawns are often at their best when they're absolutely next to each other and really restricting. In this situation, there's a weak square here, so this is a pretty clear plan. Knight c3, knight a4.
What has it take on before from the camera? It looks like, yeah.
Okay, Wojtaszek took on b4. That's interesting.
So a b4 looks like here
Yeah,
he wants knight b2, knight b3, but it's a bit. I'm not so sure. Normally, white do not be very happy to allow a b4 having this a2 weakness, but maybe he's hoping for some quick developments.
I guess the other point is he can still bring the knight to the c5 square via d2, b3, a slightly different route than the more traditional knight c3, into a4. But I agree, this feels better for black to make this transition and allow this a2 pawn to come under fire. But okay, still a lot ahead, obviously, right? I mean, Magnus leans in, not expecting bishop takes b4 necessarily, trying to remember and recall his theory here, and now he has responded with h takes b4. The first tie breaks of his campaign in Sochi is what's taking place today here in round 4. Everybody, Magnus had previously eliminated all of his opponents in double KO fashion if you followed the first 3 rounds, winning all 6 of his first games. But Wojtaszek held the world champion to 2 peaceful results in regulation, and that's why we stand here in tiebreak. So real quick recap for those who maybe missed the action during the week and are just joining me and Yifan here on the weekend. What other matchup should we check in with here? We've got so many just underway. We are going to have an exciting day today. We could go anywhere. There's really is an amazing number of matchups. I want to take a look at maybe one of the young guns, Norbek Abdusaturov, who sent home Anish Giri, versus Durabali. They've got an interesting little game here.
Which it came from? Some e4, e5?
It looked like a Berlin, but then I was thinking,
yeah, exchange. Okay.
An exchange Lopez. Okay, 97.
97. This is not the most common option.
No. Yeah, this is a bit of a sideline, so to speak. The more traditional moves after castles include bishop to g4 as well as queen to d6 if we're looking at two of the most popular moves. But 97 allows the pawn to be captured. You win it back with queen to d4. And then white plays queen h5. Wow, this is good. This could either be 2 super grandmasters or 2 1200s playing this game. That's the kind of opening we're seeing, because why not go for checkmate? G6, knight back to f3, queen e4, knight c3, and then queen f5. This is actually all theory according to the openings book. And after queen h4, bishop g7, d3, queen g4, we're actually still in theory at the live position with the move bishop to f4. Bishop f4, according to the updated ECO, is actually the first novelty, and black has just traded the queens on h4. Your guess is as good as mine, Yifan. I assume neither one of us are experts in the theory here, but it does. I said Berlin because from a structural point of view, it almost looks like a Berlin, other than the pawn being on d3 instead of the e file, right? Normally in a Berlin, you have the 4-on-3 here, and the d file is open.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a very good point. Actually, Berlin is clearly a better version in general. Well, not exactly, because now white is faster since you got this already, the diagonal from h2 to b8. Remember, the Berlin pawn is on e5. If the pawn is on e4, white is much better, since this pawn would be kind of blocking the pieces. Therefore, we got d pawn here. The let's say the bad side, as Danny mentioned, that white do not have an extra pawn here, no open d file. But the positive thing is like you now have many let's say active forces that could jump into the squares. And the same thing for black is that this king cannot castle, and both of the rooks are disconnected. That would probably bring white some hopes in long term, but we'll see if black could successfully create a kind of fortress like bishop e6, king. Well, king d7 is hard though, because there always be some e5 using.
It's a really instructive point there, Yvonne, for players watching who maybe play the Berlin for either side. This idea that I was highlighting that the pawn on e4 was a 4-on-3, which is the typical Berlin thing, but I didn't realize how strong it would be in a normal Berlin if you could take back that pawn from e5 on e4, not only because of the squares it restricts, but because of the diagonal that is normally not open for white. So that's a really interesting point. Obviously, we're sort of talking in abstract generalities here, but I think it's instructive. And I guess the fact that the king on the d file doesn't have to worry about the normal tactical pressure here.
Exactly. So I think that black will be kind of okay here. I mean, to be honest, I'm not very, let's say, thinking that white should be happy for this kind of position. But rook e8, rook e8.
We see both of those players on camera, Norderbeck Abdusatturov, as well as Durabali. They are playing on one of the top boards, our static cams, as you say. Shout out to the crew on site in Sochi, the team, the production team from FIDE, working hard to bring us all the camera angles they can. We do appreciate it, and we know that in an event like the World Cup, sometimes it's hard to know where the action is. So we try to focus on what's in front of us. But not Sindarov, excuse me. Abdusatturov is obviously a big storyline. He sent Anish Giri home. I believe I misspoke at the intro. Sindarov sent Alireza Firouzja home. Norderbeck Abdusatturov, of course, sent Anish, and he kind of looks like Anish Giri from the right angle. Yvonne, that could be Anish Giri playing the white pieces there.
Definitely. It's a very good observation.
Let's remind everybody of all the matchups that are taking place right now. You can go to chess.com/events and choose your own adventure. We have so far checked in on the Dubov Esipenko, Abdusatturov, Durabali, and of course Carlsen Wojtaszek, and we'll continue to roll through that list and try to get to as many as we can. Why don't we head over to one of the matchups that had some of the most drama to force tie breaks? We pull up this game here with Dmitry Andreikin, Yvonne, who now has the white pieces. But before we break down another, by the way, sort of Catalan Queen's Indian here, I want to take a quick look at yesterday's game. For those who missed it, this particular game had Dmitry Andreikin as black in this position, completely under the gun with an attack and blundering what doesn't seem like a blunder, rook takes d1, because of the brilliant queen g5 and then rook to e4 from Ivic. This game looks like it's about to be over. Andreikin finds the only move to keep the game rolling, rook d4, even though black should still be lost. But it was after another repeated move and then knight takes d4 that Ivic missed his chance to put the game away with rook to e3. Those looking at it, rook e3 would have just simply either checkmated black or won the queen if something like this occurred. Note that there is no check that follows king to b3, so black has simply lost. And Yvonne, I want to ask you, so that's the recap of how Andreikin just narrowly escaped, right? White misses rook to e3 and plays knight f5, and he ultimately comes back to draw this game. But what does that do for your nerves, going back to the live position, right? You're Dmitry Andreikin. You shouldn't even be playing tie breaks today. What's going through your head mentally, emotionally as a chess player on a day like this?
Well, first of all, I don't think that game is as simple as when we're looking at the engine, because if we go back to that game, even after rook e3, black got some queen a6 and c4 check. I don't think that Ivic, he missed the rook e3, but probably due to this time pressure, because both are under 10 minutes, looks like. So he probably needs to do some calculation after queen a6, king b3, c4, king c3, and the queen a5, king c4. I mean, this is this is not that simple, you know, you need to figure out. I don't think he simply missed one move winning. So therefore I understand it's upset for Ivic, but on the other hand, I don't think this is something, you know, completely unacceptable. It's still some calculation, it still needs some strength and you need time, right? And today for both sides, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, for Ivic, clearly, you know, he could have a rest day if he done better, right? And for Enrique, okay, this is basically something additional, like a gift for him. I believe that yesterday at some points he already thought about like, okay, probably this is the end for his World Cup this time, and suddenly got extra chances. But I mean, it's hard to say who will be in a positive side. It's supposed to be Enrique, right? But on the other hand, you know, when you start everything from the beginning, you probably still got some pressure from yesterday, and you could hope for more. It's hard to say, and you know, let's say every day is like a new day. So therefore, I believe that the best shape is that we just adjust yourself as a new start from the very beginning and play like 0-0 as it is now. But you know, it's hard. It's very hard.
I was just going to say, it's everything you described. Seems like it's the right mindset. We hear it in sports a lot, right? Have a short-term memory. Don't remember the yesterday's games. But in a back-to-back scenario like this, how hard really is it to forget maybe what was an emotional roller coaster the day before?
Then that will be very tricky. I mean, you just try to reduce your emotional feelings to the minimum level. Otherwise, it definitely would affect your performance. But I understand how it could be, because I also have some experience, let's say, even in the final matches, and with the half point to go, and I lost the game, and everything started from the scratch again. So and it doesn't give you a lot of time, right? So next day there will be matches and you need to prepare, you need to think about the opening strategy. There are other things, adjust your mindset. But I would probably highlight the mindset rather than opening preparation.
Right. Okay, it makes sense. We've now switched over to this game that's been on camera for a bit. Pankratov and Bacro playing on one of the top boards, and seems like a wild one. Etienne Bacro and Pankratov, both known. I mean, their styles can definitely get spicy early on. Let's just quickly see what happened here. We had an open Sicilian, a classical rouser variation.
Always it's actually interesting because I don't think Baccarat is the kind of fan for this type of Sicilian. But yesterday he lost as black. I think he played this line. And then b5 e5. I think he lost some line there, and very quickly. He used to be like an e5 player, like very solid, right? But this opening would be decisive. Yeah, yesterday they played this.
And they played the same line here today. So both sides apparently deciding that they have an improvement over the other. And let's make a comparison and see where the game actually varied, because this is now super interesting theory here. This was the same game as yesterday, just as Yifan highlighted. We had e5, e5, b4, e takes f6, b takes c3, queen takes, and g takes f6. We have the same game today here, 2 move 13. In this position today, white has played king to b1. Yesterday, white played bishop to h4. So it's always interesting when you see players of this level go back to the same game they played the day before, which had a decisive result, right? So by definition, neither one of them believes the other. They both think that the position was good for them, or at least that their preparation should work out. I always love that because it's fascinating. Again, this was a game that Pankratov won yesterday when white played the move bishop h4. Today, Pankratov, despite winning yesterday, is the first to change the move order slightly and place the move king to b1 in the live game. But after rook g8, bishop h4, okay, so hold on. We're continuing to see, okay, no, so we are transposing. So still nothing necessarily new. Rook to b8, bishop f2. Yesterday, black played f5. Today, after rook b8, white has now played the move h3 instead of bishop to f2. So Pankratov is playing something a little different than what he did yesterday. And in fact, we're actually getting a very different position now with Pankratov getting f5 on the board. Yesterday, when he played bishop f2, black prevented this whole idea of sacrificing the F pawn to really kind of throw some stuff at Black's pawn structure here. So interesting improvement. Seeing where this game went, I'm not sure who I like it better for at this point. Although if D5 is played safely, this looks very dangerous for Pankratov.
Well, probably this game will end in a draw, looks like. Oh, knight G2.
Knight G2 just gives up the F5 pawn, or knight to D4. I guess because if F5, then you can't take A6 anymore with your knight on G2. But there must be something with bishop F5, knight E3. So that's got to be a problem.
Knight E3, and then rook F4.
Who's better in the endgame if we trade on F5 and then take A6? I feel like white should be doing well there, but
not sure, because then you got knight B. Oh no, not knight B4. We probably, hold on, maybe we can play bishop E4.
Bishop E4 instead actually seems key. In fact, I feel there's probably something, if you play rook F4, I wonder if there's some idea where we can like check and then play bishop H3 and checkmate you on D7, but okay, probably not. But bishop E4 looks good for Black.
Yeah, if knight G4, bishop H1, if you check first and knight G4, then bishop D5, F6 was protected. So just luckily, he could take the pawn F5.
But he may not do it. It's very, I mean, that's a scary thing to calculate with bishop F4, knight E3. Obviously, Bacro is on the clock and debating whether or not to do so.
He can spend some time because it's decisive. If he can take the pawn, the rest will be much easier, right? Then
Right.
No danger, bishop, king E7, bishop E6, develop, and Black will just win. So 15 minutes still some time left.
Yeah, he's down 6 minutes on the clock, but 15 minutes is enough time, like you said, to really consider this critical decision. We see him shuffling a bit in his chair, wants to make sure he makes the right choice here. Pankratov having just played knight G2. For those just tuning in, yes, world champion Magnus Carlsen is in tie breaks. We'll head back over to that game here in a second. We'll do so right now. It looks like Wojtaszek has achieved what we desired. He got the knight to C5. And positionally, this should be better for the Polish Grandmaster. Although Black has gotten this ideal setup over here, right? The double rooks on the A file, just as we anticipated on the trade on B4. We would have the A file become an issue there. So in the game, we had A takes B4, knight to D2, bishop D7, knight B3, H5, knight C5, bishop C8. The knight establishes itself on C5, and then A4 is played. That's one way to get rid of a backward pawn, allow en passant. And after the rooks double on the A file, queen C3 and rook A5, this is where we currently stand. This is where we currently stand with the double rooks on the A file.
Yeah, let's get into the current position, because I saw that they play some moves in the camera.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, white plays knight. Oh, white probably just to try to equalize. Well, it's still better, but I don't think, white needs to be hurried to do this exchange at this moment. Maybe he could play some 4 versus 3 endgame, but hard to win.
Yeah, Ifan is anticipating that white wins even both of these pawns, but even there, it's probably not the easiest endgame to win with what will likely be some sort of structure like this, 4 versus 3 for white. Limited winning chances, perhaps. Still, you'd rather be Wojtaszek, right? I guess from Carlsen's perspective, as long as he draws this first game as Black, he'll then get the white pieces in the second rapid game, and I guess he'll take his chances to get a win there.
Definitely. So I think for Wojtaszek, it's better to play around, no risks. So
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's let's leave this one behind. Obviously, it's Magnus Carlsen, and certainly we'll be keeping our eye on that. It's his first tiebreak battle there at the FIDE World Cup. Let's go to a matchup we haven't looked at yet: Alexander Grishuk versus Anton Korobov.
Oh, some Spanish.
This is a fun game here. Let's just take a quick look at this game. Sounds have been added.
Nice.
Okay, we have a Ruy Lopez main line. D4. Okay, so this is all theory. C takes, and knight to B4. Is this where we stand in the line position?
Is this still theory?
Still theory. Yeah, we see.
Oh, but both of the players seems like not familiar with this one.
Yeah, both sides thinking, although with Alexander Grishuk, he could just be thinking because it seems like a fun thing to do. So you never know. He could know the position for the next 30 moves, and he might be getting himself under time pressure, right?
Mm-hmm. But time pressure is not the same thing for him compared to the other players.
For sure.
Nice history making sense.
Let's go over to the Peter Svidler matchup. We saw him walking around, and he just took a seat again against his opponent Nikita Vichigov. Check in with the one and only Poborta, as he's known. Looks
Is
like
this
he's got
okay?
that's a crazy attack building over here on the king side. But with a wide open king, it makes me scared for time pressure, where both sides are going to have crazy tactics. What is going on here? I have no idea. I mean, I know the eval bar says, hey, white's a teeny bit better. From a practical point of view, I'd be scared to play white in this position.
Yeah, but it's really like a double-edged, because for white, if you can make sure the king safe, then you got all this g5, g6, it will also be decisive. So he probably needs to take on d5, like cd5, because I think b6 knight was a bad one. So making no sense if we use our c3 knight to exchange with this one. And we do not have time to push g5 at the moment. So I guess it might be c takes d5. And then black could go like bishop c5, e takes f4. And then it's hard to figure out, within very limited amount of time what's going to happen. But I think d5 is a very good practical decision, because if you do not push and allow white happily push g5, king g2, that would be terrible. But on the other hand, I don't know. Normally, this light square bishop supposed to be staying on this diagonal h1 to a8, right? Like bishop on f3, king on g2, then white will be much better. But here, this bishop on b3, it's like a wrong place.
Right. No, I agree, and that's kind of what I was saying. Is again, regardless of the fact that d5 is, a risky move. Obviously, it's a sacrifice of a pawn, just straight up. But it opens up c5 check, which opens up the rook against the queen, which creates the potential for open diagonals against the white king over here. And as you said, the bishop on b3 is wishing it was over here on g2 to make sure that the white king could be safe on h1. So I don't know. I don't really care what the computer says here. To me, d5 looks like a really nice practical shot, and I would be super nervous to be playing this position as Svidler.
But looks like his confidence, because just a few minutes before that he was like walking around, but maybe it's his habit, So maybe we'll have a quick look for the other games, just to see what is the current situation.
I think we've got Sergei Karjakin versus Vladislav Artemiev on camera, so let's switch over to that one.
Which opening it is? Looks like white is more comfortable to play with at this moment, as he got some, let's say, mobility on the center and king side. And also there might be the c4 square for the knights with some maneuvering. Queen d6 has been played. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, let's back to the games.
Yeah, queen d6 was played.
Why?
Okay, we see Artemiev has just played the move bishop to f4
Yeah,
on
no, I
camera.
don't understand this move queen d6, to be honest. Looks like he just played the queen from d8 to d6.
He just goes right
Provoke
back now.
bishop f4. Yeah, no idea why. Okay, return to d8.
Yeah, why did he play queen d6 then if this was just coming?
Did they already repeat for maybe twice, or this is the first time?
No, this is the first time. The previous move after was the
Okay,
en passant and the trade of rooks on the a file, and then queen to d6 immediately followed by bishop 4. So interesting. A different game than some of the others we've looked at. Close center, very positional still. Kind of like White's position, especially now with that tempo gained. It feels like we've got pressure on c7. Can we use something with the open files we have here, or maybe it's all superficial?
Yeah, rook a8 looks like possible because it's just, oh, it has been played by Artemiev.
Okay, indeed.
Good intuition, Danny. Yeah, rook a8 basically like squeezing black, right?
Yeah, but I guess the question is what's the next follow-up, right? The d3 pawn is weak in any endgame we get to. If black found some tactical way to sort of, free the position over here, eventually this pawn is weak, but maybe it's much easier for white to defend that with just some sort of natural moves than it is for black to relieve all the pressure on these open files.
Yeah, I mean, white can slowly develop like h4 to keep this bishop staying on f4 and doing some knight maneuver. And for black, it's hard because even knight b4 here doesn't work if he wants to do some exchange, because he will just lose both of the c7 and d4 pawns as minimum.
Right.
So it's just like hard for black to play some, let's say, useful moves. That's
I wonder if you just kind of sort of pointed out what black should be looking for here with the move like g5, because if you allow white to play h4 and completely fix the structure where you can never remove this bishop, you might really have problems. But if you play g5 now, maybe you have knight g6, knight e5. Like, is that one plan?
Probably, but g5 white may try like bishop c1, trying
that's a good idea.
Go to a3. And if you go knight b4, have queen c4, so you cannot connect with c5, and knight g6, yeah.
Yeah. And if you play knight g6, bishop a3 bishop anyway,
a3.
I assume.
Yeah, you have to go rook e8, but again, it's possible for black. Definitely, you could hope for knight e5, then sometimes queen f6, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, a big moment for Karjakin, and he knows it. He's all focused up, leaning in.
Yeah, this g5, I mean, the more I look at this position, I like this move even more. Seems like the good way to create some counterplay.
Yep. Well, we'll see where this game develops along with all of the others. The tie breaks are just underway here in round 4. We're going to take our first break to make sure that we can be here for all of the exciting conclusions that are about to take place. Don't go anywhere. Multiple games reaching time pressure, including world champion Magnus Carlsen's battle with the black pieces against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup returns in just a few. And as we see Magnus Carlsen there playing an over-the-board chess, really for the first time in a long time, and as he said, really trying to get himself prepared for the upcoming World Chess Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, which of course will be taking place later on in this year in November. You can get the live footage of the playing hall only right here on twitch.tv/chess if you're watching on Twitch. So make sure you tune in and join us for that historic event later this year. We've got an isolated queen pawn in his position right now versus Radoslav Wojtaszek. It's probably arguably a one result position here. The most likely result is just a draw, but Yifan, do you want to paint the storyline of how either player could screw this up, or give us some fun ideas that maybe could make this dramatic, even though most likely we will have peace throughout the land?
Well, it's very hard. Even, for example, the players have the opposite seat. Let's say even Magnus having white, it would be very hard to draw a storyline apart from this rook endgame 4 versus 3, because black got the rook. So you cannot bring the white king somewhere, to e5, d4.
Right.
And it's very hard for white to create the second weakness apart from d5. So I guess it will be ended very soon. And clearly Wojtaszek doesn't want to go for this rook endgame because it's theoretical draw.
Right.
Right.
Although
sorry,
on occasion you will see a 4-on-3-1 in a rook ending, just very, very rarely. And usually when this structure is already created, it's pretty much the perfect offensive setup. So you don't tend to see that lost very, very often. Magnus looking around the room. I see Frank Rutten in Chess TV chat saying Magnus is looking for inspiration, or he's probably just looking at the other boards in the round and kind of observing what's going on with those. And there we see now rook to d4 is played on the board from Radoslav Wojtaszek. Magnus Carlsen responds with a repeating. It looks like we're about to see a repeating of moves here. Yeah,
will be draw.
Indeed, they have made several moves, and the pieces are being set up with the kings on e4 and e5 respectively. The DGT signal for a draw. All right, let's leave those guys to talk it out, get ready for their second tiebreak game, head over to one that's a little more exciting. Here we've got Daniil Dubov versus Andrei Esipenko. Also maybe likely a draw, but here we've got a little more spice with black's passed c pawn and white having this weak pawn on e5 currently.
Most likely it will be a draw again, and probably the ideal case that is white black got this extra a pawn, but that would still be a draw, right? So whose turn now? It's white move, right?
It's white to move now. Okay. Dubov is on the clock, thinking about where to go. But like you said, this is probably a draw as well. I want to head over to the game on camera now. We've got Norderbek Abdusaturov taking on Durabali. So let's go ahead and switch over to that one.
Yeah, definitely. Wow.
Oh, okay,
wow.
Well, here we have something.
This is almost winning for black, a pawn up and better structure.
Yeah, what happened here?
Maybe he missed something. A white g5. Maybe he can just go some knight f5, knight d4. Seems like this h4 knight was kind of outplaced. But g5 could be even more critical, so we'll see.
Yeah, g5 is a huge move. It's trying to undermine the protection of the knight on e5.
Yeah, it could be even better. But depends on how white could create some counterplay.
Yeah. For those just tuning in, Yvonne and I were following this game from the outset. It had this obscure variation of the exchange Ruy Lopez with the move knight to e7. The mainline theory in a line that isn't super well known was on the board until this moment with bishop f4, the queen's being traded in king d8. We talked a lot about how this is like a Berlin, but not quite like a Berlin, and that probably favored black. Of course, the game is roughly equal, but it kind of went that way. Black slowly did things you normally do in a Berlin to coordinate. And one of the reasons we like the Berlin is Black, Yvonne, is always the bishop pair, right? So the fact that white lacked the normal kind of 4-on-3 majority or the normal pressure, it just feels like Black is very quickly in a super comfortable position here with the
I have a
bishop pair.
question. Can we quickly go to the current position because there's just one move played, but looks like a huge chance. Black
Whoa.
makes the knight d6. I'm not sure, but after c5, I don't think he should play f5 because I was looking at the camera. Sorry, Danny, to bother
No,
you.
you're fine. No, I was trying to give the recap, but always go to the more
Yeah.
exciting moment.
Because
So
like knight d6, it could be a nice fight back after f5.
so f5 is played by Durabali, and you're saying knight d6 check.
Yeah.
Wow.
With your d6, knight c6,
rook
it looks like
takes-
things are flowing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, let's look at that. Knight d6 check. We'll see if Norderbeck can find this. C takes b6. Rook takes b6 check.
At least the white can do some perpetual like king c7. No, king c7, rook c6. Yeah.
Maybe even more than perpetual. Can I bring the other rook over?
But then king a8. But to be honest, I don't like black at all. This knight on h4 as an extra one basically out. I don't think he should play g5, f5.
Yeah,
I cannot understand why he did this. Because he's already a pawn up, he should be the one who's playing solid, right?
Yeah, f5 was a weird response. I mean, c5 was a practical move from Norderbeck regardless, because g5 made sense. It was trying to undermine the protection of the knight. And so c5 is like, well, I defend my knight by cutting off your rook and I attack b6. But f5 is, I don't know. I mean, it's easy for us to see with the eval bar. I guess maybe, we see it's a mistake, but what else was Black going to do here? Maybe he should
Knight f5.
Knight f5. Okay, and come to d4.
But I don't like this g5, to be honest. I don't think black should somehow trying to play that active, You just need to stabilize, then white will be losing because all the weak pawns a4, d3. And black basically has no weakness. So the c5, knight, d6 might be the white's only hope.
Oh, by the way, it looks like he's played it.
Yeah, he played.
Knight d6 check is on the board. And that's
I'm not sure if black missed it, but it's unlikely to miss such a move. Because without this, he just loses c5 pawn and resign.
Well, the only thing we can think is time pressure, right? He already had less than 5 minutes before. And sometimes when you're in a better position and you're kind of like trying to get yourself pumped up with the nerves, he played this move g5 and just quickly believes that f5 must be correct and maybe just completely made the blunder, right? Just missed knight d6 check as a threat. And Norderbeck is young, but his nerves are strong. I mean, we know he plays a lot of Blitz and Rapid. Anish Giri joking on Twitter, he's one of the Title Tuesday boys, and we believe that and take pride in that because he kind of has grown up on Chess.com. We've been watching him play in these high-level Blitz tournaments online since he was 11 or 12 years old, and he's become a very strong grandmaster. So this guy knows how to handle time pressure, and I think he's going to put Durabali under the microscope, put him on blast here in the final few minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is exciting. So maybe we'll have a look for the other games that we haven't checked so far and then come back to this one, or you would prefer to stay until this one finishes? Maybe it still takes.
Yeah, well, I guess I just want to see, so what's the finish? So he did take. Does he take the perpetual, as you're saying? I mean, to note everybody, the perpetual is if white wants it, you can do this because black will never play king a7 due to knight to c6. I think black has to keep the king over here. So it's kind of up to Norderbeck if he wants to play rook to b2 and go for more than just a perpetual, right? Seems that way.
Yeah, b2, king a8. Then maybe c takes d6. Even c takes d6. I doubt if this is a very good move, but it's possible, looks like.
Yeah, because like you said, this knight on h4 is out of play. You could even take with the rook because now I can trade and get d7. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you can't play rook d5 because knight c6 and I'm checkmating on b8.
Yeah. This is
this
the
is
knight trick. Yeah. Oh, he played on the camera. He played the rook d6 immediately, or which move I cannot see clearly. Is this rook d6?
oh, he played c takes d6
c6.
right away. Wow. Okay. I guess this opens up a new tactic, which is rook c7 and knight c6, perhaps.
Yeah. It's very hard for black to survive.
All right. Well, this is definitely going to have an exciting finish. We'll keep our eye on it. Nordy, the Uzbekistani chess dragon, might be getting a win here in tiebreaks versus Durabali. If you're just tuning in, Magnus Carlsen has already drawn his game against Radoslav Wojtaszek with the black pieces, so he will be trying to get a win in the second game with white. Esipenko and Dubov are likely headed for a draw, though Esipenko has some slight chances with the outside a pawn. Most likely just a draw and rook ending, though. Where else to go? We had this exciting Sicilian between Pankratov and Bakro. Back to it. It looks like Bakro did take on f5, Ifan, when we left this game.
Oh, great.
He did take.
Like we expected. Okay.
Yeah, you and I were looking at some, I mean, okay, not exactly this whole line, but you did suggest taking f5 and then bishop e4. So he heard you and goes for this. And Bakro's in a good spot now as black, trying to right the wrong of yesterday and win in the Sicilian.
Yeah, so it's actually very interesting. Yesterday he lost very quickly in this opening, and then he went back for this, and now he got a much better position.
Yep.
That's also a strong nerve.
A super strong nerve. And again, interesting, Pankratov goes right back to it. He got the win. He goes right back into it, and he actually was the first one to vary. Again, if you were tuning in earlier, everyone, we reviewed this game here was actually the same exact position all the way until right here with move 16, bishop 2. This was the position Pankratov had to win and ultimately force the tiebreak. But in today's game, he was the first one to vary. On move 16, he chose to play the move h3 instead of bishop to f2. So fun little fact for those maybe more advanced players looking at that theory. You can look at maybe both those games, perhaps figure out what those guys are preparing and thinking about the position.
And also here, not only the black got an extra point, double connected pawns on the center, also this knight on f2 is kind of stucky.
Yeah.
Very hard, yeah.
A bit of a donkey there, right? Kind of limited.
But white can just go rook d3 back. So black needs some techniques to really convert this to a full point.
Yeah. Okay, what's the plan? Speaking of technique, teach me. How do you do this? Because white, now that I look at it from the other angle, it's not so simple for white to for black to advance his advantage, which is these extra pawns. Playing e4 invites rook e3, and I don't see an obvious way to defend the pawn.
No, if you go e4, I can take the e4 and the rook e3.
Yeah, even better, right? Just to e4, you take, and then rook e3, win back the piece, because f5 you can take. It's pin to the king.
And if black goes some move like knight f8, white always has this b5, then rook a7.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe black needs to stabilize like rook e1. Okay, white already tried knight g4.
This makes sense, right? You're headed for the e3 square.
Yeah.
Yeah. Black to play, and how do you advance? At some point, this is going to get really tricky. And look at the clock. Pankratov with 8 minutes, Bakro with 1. We see the French faithful coming alive in the Twitch chat. I'm sure that many of you have also been watching over at Kevin Bourdie's stream on our French channels. Shout out to Kevin himself. MVL not playing today. Typically, viewership from the French faithful is a little bit down when Maxime Bachet-Lagrave is not playing, but lucky for those fans in France. Maxime has already punched his ticket to the next round, defeating Praggnanandhaa, if you missed that result yesterday.
By the way, here, bishop e4 seems like an interesting option.
Look at that. Headed for b1 and then rook g3. That's nice and sneaky.
I'm not sure if it's good, but at least, you could stop knight e3, and in the meantime, give some threats, because if we can exchange the rook,
Oh,
than
he
just
goes for it.
pawn.
He hears your call. But Crow is listening to you. I mean, not actually everyone. Don't worry. He doesn't actually have e pawn in his ear, but
That's funny.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, like you said, it may not even be the best, but it is very tricky, right? It's a tough move to figure out. I would instinctively move my rook to free the king, like rook e3 or something, but then
okay, he
f5
played
is
the move. He played the
okay,
move.
but now f5. I was assuming f5 must be the move. Let's see. Yeah, the computer likes that move. This is
It seems like he'll give a check. Yeah, he gives a check.
so he checked on b1 first. The main thing here is Bacrow's time pressure. Again,
Yeah.
the relay here is accurate
And
within
also,
seconds.
and also backward is, I mean, his opponent is basically making use of this pressure because he plays super fast. He's supposed not to be because he's the worst side, right?
Right.
But within seconds in World Cup, it's very hard to handle this. Yeah, I agree. F5 was a better move, looks
F5
like.
was definitely a better move, but
Yeah.
Bacrow doesn't have a lot of time.
Knight
Knight to
B8
D8.
with idea knight C6, knight D4. Well, he's solid.
Yep. And that's also very dangerous for Pankratov because I mean, the white king is now in a mating net, right? I mean, it's not exactly in danger just yet, but that's a very scary proposition to face.
Yeah, did he play B5? Yeah, B5, A, B, C, B5.
Is that what he played? B5?
He's losing the B pawn.
No. Yeah, so takes, and that goes back to D7.
Then king B4. Already this
Yeah.
king is active.
Suddenly the white king goes from being almost mated to almost famous. Gonna walk up the board and help the B pawn.
Yeah, F5 was a great chance.
Yeah, in this position here, that may end up being the thing that Bacrot regrets, is not finding the move F5. Again, time pressure, certainly part of the problem, but this is turning around very quickly. Where white is going to help the B pawn advance, and actually the B2 pawn is
Wait, did he miss 95? Oh my god!
Oh, blunder 95. The point is you have knight C6 check. Everyone takes. You have an intermezzo on C6, and suddenly white might be the one who goes on to win this game.
Yeah, black needs to be a bit careful now. Okay, he should play maybe bishop h3, king d6, king c7, already trying to capture the b pawn back. But this is a nice survive for Pankratov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight to c6. He's going to take h3. And I mean, objectively, maybe the position is equal, but the engine is not relevant here from the perspective of the clock, the time pressure the players are facing, and just from a practical point of view, all the momentum feels like it's favoring white. But actually, look at what's funny is now the black king on c5, suddenly it goes from being harder to play black, despite black being better, to now maybe being harder to play white, despite white getting that tactic. This is actually kind of weird now, right?
Oh wow, it will be a draw. It will be a
poetic justice says we should have a draw result. Okay, wow. Again, if you're just tuning in, tie breaks have only just begun. Hoey Fawn and I have had the call here for the last hour or so, and there's still a lot of action to head today. Pankratov is now on the clock, and Bacrot is happy about that. Okay, wait, but he plays rook over to that must have been c3, because b3 would have been checkmate on a1, just to show rook b3, rook a1. That would have been a problem. Okay. This is going to be a draw. I think you're right. Yeah, I think that it will be played on for a bit, but most likely a draw.
Yeah.
There are some other games to tune into. I kind of want to go back to the super exciting one we had the static him on before, which is Norderbeck Abdusaturov versus Durabali. Yeah, we've got these two here in a, oh my God, Norderbeck is about to win.
Oh. And still his rook on a5 did not get a chance to take the a4 pawn.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. And rook to c8 threatens.
Yeah, it's winning.
Rook c7 check. Again, the key tactic, everyone, black was better, but after c5 misses the threat coming from Norderbeck of knight d6 check. And after it was played, it was all Nordy the chess dragon, and the attack is on for white. This is what we've missed. D7 followed by, okay, wow. You have to give up the rook for the pawn, otherwise there's a new queen joining, and suddenly white is on the attack. And again, this is kind of what I was saying. I feel like young or not, and obviously slightly lesser known than people like Anish Giri, who Abdul Saturov sent home. But these young guns, right? I mean, they're
Knight b6. Sorry to interrupt. Knight b6 was a great move because he's threatening rook a8, knight c8, rook b6, checkmate, and already it looks like not possible to defend.
Okay, I'm going to show that tactic real quick. Some random move, and the threat, as Ifan was saying, is rook a8 check, bishop takes a8, knight to c8 check, king a6, and rook b6 checkmate. If that's how this game finishes, I'm walking out. I'm retiring. You have to finish the show. So.
Yeah, this rook on a5 just no place to go. And since it's bishop on d5, you even cannot play rook c5. Yeah.
Yeah, he's busted. And just you were right to cut me off and just complete what I was saying is, you know, the reputations of these younger guys don't, you know, they don't precede them like others, but in a format like the World Cup with Rapid and Blitz on the agenda, okay, he misses it with rook a8. He just made it himself. Okay, I'm not actually going to retire. I was joking, but he did it. Oh my God, did you see? He played bishop e7. He missed rook to b8, rook a8.
Yeah.
Ifan, you're a psychic today. You're a genius. You're calling all the shots.
Okay, not a bad form today, huh?
You're not on bad form at all. And look at that. In fact, what Durabailey did, everybody, is the only way to actually force Ifan's checkmate idea. Bishop b7 traps the king on a7 and actually walks into the mate on c8 and b6. It's a forced mate in 3 with knight to c8 and rook to b6. Absolutely bananas. Wow. That was awesome.
Yeah, nice finish. I think starting from knight d6, he's just playing super accurately and super fast.
Yep. Yeah, and that's kind of what we were saying is these you know, the tactics that start with knight d6 and the fact that he had an edge on time was just, you know, you could see the writing on the wall. And what a way to finish this game. Again, just to give you the quick replay, rook b8 forces the sacrifice, and then he recognizes the mating net with knight to b6, and Ifan calls it the threat of rook a8, knight c8, and then checkmate, and that's exactly what occurs on the board. Of course, Durabailey resigned before it was actually made, but absolutely awesome. All right, Grishik and Korobov are still playing. That's a wild one with 2 knights versus a rook.
And in the camera, we have Svidler versus
yeah, we can head over to that.
Versus Korobov, right?
Svidler versus Vichikov.
Vichikov, yeah, right. Okay.
This looks good for, I mean, oh, nice.
Okay, nice finish. Bishop g7 and f6 and knight. Oh, but
there's no way to stop
I was thinking bishop g7, rook d1, you know, instead of king g7. But that is also losing.
Yeah, I guess if you do it and white just takes it, your bishop is still trapped with f6.
Yeah, with 2 pawns doing nothing. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. King h5 is very nice.
Yeah, king on h5, the knight comes in. This is just a matter of moves. I mean, you could even just play knight e7 and win the bishop if you want. I'm sure that Svidler will find a way to finish it quickly, and as he does, Vichikov indeed just resigns after knight e7 check.
And this game came from a Sicilian, like remember this middle game, black plays a move d5.
Yeah. Okay, well, this was a great finish there from Svidler. I was definitely wrong to say that I thought black had really, really good chances after d5 from a practical point of view. Svidler, let's look at what happened. He finished it off in style. He just won the piece. That's an interesting piece sacrifice from Vichugov.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't anticipating Vichugov doing that. I'm just saying. I mean, I liked d5, but I feel like sacrificing the piece is a little much there.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, the
maybe
whole idea was to activate the bishop and try to take here. And in fact, you know, even something like this is better for black. Where not better for black, but better than sacrificing the piece with knight takes d5. So, okay. Well, we leave that one behind and we head over to Dmitry Andreikin's game.
yeah.
Time pressure. Oops, sorry about that.
Through the camera, looks like black had a lot more material. But correct me if I looked wrong. Seems like rook bishop versus pair. Black got a piece up. Looks like Andreikin versus Evich.
Sorry about that. A lot of games here to bring up. Had to find it. My fault. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. And oh my gosh, I thought black just missed something. No, he still can play knight b5. Yeah, he still can play knight b5. Maybe it will end it in a draw or black will win. Because white got 2 extra pawns and he can capture the a3 back.
Yeah. And just draw with, or try to draw.
Yeah, this should be a draw. Oh, but wait, why he didn't play knight d5?
Instead of knight
Maybe
b5?
that's also a draw. Bishop d6, knight
no, because here you win the rook with check, right?
Yeah, but fe3, you're not on time to capture the a2 pawn in case to keep your a3 pawn. So here.
Although there is this idea going after this pawn.
This is good, by the way. Yeah, rook c3. Capture e3 and then f4, gf, king f5, king g4. There's some chances, right? Yeah, he should go for.
Okay, so he didn't. He played knight to
b5. Yeah.
Knight to b5 instead.
Takes, rook e7, c7, king f8. Yeah, rook. Maybe even rook d7, knight e8, rook d5, capture f5, then capture a5. Yeah, it will be at least a draw for white, right? Oh, rook h7. Why he didn't play rook d5, then rook f5, then maybe rook
no, I think your tactic was really nice, overloading the rook from guarding c8, and this is definitely better for white with both pawns. In fact, white is maybe doing well there. Now there's the potential black can go after the a2 pawn and maintain some winning chances.
Or this rook is a little bit stuck in here. Oh no, not because you got rook h8 check.
It looks like Ivich actually did play rook c2, giving up the f5 pawn with check. The live video feed a little faster than the DGT board, which is kind of cool. We can see it before it appears here.
Yeah.
What's going on in this endgame? I mean, well, Andreikin might don't lose on time. Okay.
Shouldn't be. Okay.
Looks like these two are probably the last game standing here in the first set of tie breaks in round 4. I see chat tuning in, asking what happened with Magnus. He drew his first game versus Wojtaszek with the black pieces, so he will get a chance with white to try to win this thing in tie breaks.
Okay, and we can play g5. So if knight c4, maybe there will be some checks, like knight c4, even rook a6.
Yeah.
And then, rook c to h5, a2 check, just give all the checks and push the pawns. That's very exciting.
Yeah, this is surprisingly like a 3 result position still. I mean, black should be the only one who can win, but not in practical play, because pushing this thing too hard. White could easily do some serious damage with the 2 pawns and the rook.
Yeah. I played
Andrakin seems very calm, by the way.
Sorry?
Andrakin just seems very calm. I feel like Ivic is so much more nervous. Andrakin is like,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever.
King G3, King G4, but it will face 95 check. So what happens if rook E2? He wanted to go.
Or even rook A1 to try to get A2 before the king hides from checks.
Okay, Ivic played rook B2.
Yeah, okay. White can give check, and the black king can't hide without checkmating itself anymore.
Yeah, go King G4.
Okay, knight E5 check is kind of the...
King F4, knight D3, King E3.
It's all happening on the board. You're predicting much today, including an amazing mating net from Abdusa Turov. If you just tuned in, where have you been? It was incredible.
Yeah, King E3, it will be a draw.
King E3 and
maybe E3. All the things he needs is just to capture the A3 pawn, right?
Yeah, all White has to do is get A3 and then really can't lose. Although, in
Ah,
theory, Black could win both these pawns and try to win.
Rook B3. Yeah, I missed rook B3 too. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay, now you have to watch out for discovered checks.
Yeah, maybe king should not go to E3. Rook A6, King F5.
Draken is getting down to just the absolute last seconds on his clock here. He gives check. 95 check is potentially strong. Blocking one check with another and then advancing the black king. This is getting super scary for White.
Yeah. And the king cannot go to D4 because rook D3. So probably you have to go King D2. But maybe king goes to the queen side trying to capture this pawn. He went for King E6. Black.
My gosh.
F4?
F4.
Interesting, but there's A2.
Yeah,
F5.
A2, you can't take it with the rook because of knight to B4 check winning.
Yeah,
the rook.
A2 played, so F5 check, I guess.
Okay, he plays A2. Yeah, F5 check is on the board along with king to D6 is the response.
Oh, but this 3 pawn could be very dangerous.
Yeah. This is you're almost in the zone, Ifan, where White can sacrifice the rook and potentially win with the pawns. You have to be super careful.
So F6 was played.
F6. Wow, what a crazy game to play. The computers are going to see wins that no human can under time pressure, but Ivic finds the move knight to C5 check.
Is this the best move?
Apparently it wasn't. There was a better move. We can go back and look, but obviously super hard for either one of these players to count, to figure that out. We've got some nervous fingers going on there. Nervous fingers, nervous fingers.
Yeah, how to win there? I'm just curious.
Instead of knight C5, we'll back up and look. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, well, we'll see how game continues. King E2, rook B2, King F3.
This game could still be a win for Andrakin at this point. I mean, this is okay. Knight to B3 is a threat, attacking the rook and getting a new queen. But what are these pawns going to be capable of here? Do you run?
Oh, there's rook F4 check, rook B4, rook A4. Did Enrique miss this, by the way?
Rook A4, cutting off the rook.
Oh,
It's a blunder.
It's a nice trick, do not to covers in the rook endgame, and now Ivic is relaxed because it's just winning. No.
Yep.
Oh no.
And it's a super common trick, instructive trick. Rook A4 is on the board, cutting off the white rook from the queen, who has now joined the party on A1. And Ivic is going to win the first of 2 tiebreak games here. Rook A4, very nice find.
King G4, yeah, that's a nice trick. Okay.
Yeah, a super important and instructive tactic to never forget. That idea of using a check as a tempo to cut off a file, and it's something you see in a lot of endgames like this. And Ivic is going to go on to win.
Yeah.
Andre can
Only
shake
one
his head
resort
there.
here. Yeah.
Still playing it out.
Wow.
Still playing it out because why not? I guess time pressure. Sometimes when you lose a tough game like that, is it hard to resign in the moment? You got to get some of the emotions out, keep playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously Andre can probably just sort of kicking himself right now, making the remaining moves on the board.
Yeah. We'll see some play. King G6. I feel like black plays a little bit passive, to be honest. He could play some Queen G7 just to win like, but even Rook H4 here, well, no play at all.
Yeah, kind of weird that we're
Oh
even
no,
still
no, no,
analyzing this game.
Rook E6, some stalemate. Rook E6, Rook E8, Rook E5 check. I mean, there could be something.
I mean, it's obviously black doesn't have to take the rook, but
Yeah, you can go King D5.
it's actually
But
been
then
played.
no, but then Rook E8, Queen D6, King G7.
That is
I'm
wild. King D5, rook E8, Queen D6, King G7, and where's the checks for black? Oh my gosh. Holy shenanigans. Oh my god. Wait,
King
is this
F4,
actually happening?
King F4. No, King F4. This is a
Okay,
good.
no, the G5 pawn.
No, this is a good move. King F4. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's also Queen D4 check too. After King
Yeah.
G7.
Now Queen D6. Yeah, King F4 is
Okay.
much better than King D5, apparently.
Yeah, if the king were on D5, the queen would have been cut off and
You
a
just take the
possible
pawn
swindle.
G5. Yeah, it's winning.
Yeah. It's mate in two, actually. If queen, there's Queen H6 and Queen H7 mate. Or actually, Queen G6 is mate in one.
Yeah.
So even better.
Okay, so a nice win and a very important win for black, I believe.
Yeah. Andregan's gonna allow checkmate on the board because he knows what the fans want. And again, the big moment was just right here on move 70. This huge blunder. The computer says it's equal, but only if white kind of keeps the status quo. King to G4 is a huge blunder due to the rook B4, rook A4 maneuver, a really good tactic, an important tactic to never forget in these types of rook endings. So, oh man, wowzers. That brings
Very exciting one.
yeah, that brings us to a conclusion in terms of the first set of games to kick off this round four tiebreaker.
And the next game would be very hard for Enrique as he's in a must-win situation with black pieces.
Yes, for Andrekin, then getting the black pieces will be super hard. There is still a game going over here. Asabayeva versus Katarina Lagno. This is exciting. We've got
okay, this is winning for black.
Gotta be winning. You got to be careful of stalemate tricks. That's pretty much the only thing you're worried about. So you can't play a move like Bishop E3, or you can, but you have to worry about weird stalemate tricks in some positions.
Bishop F4.
Bishop F4 threatens mate on C1.
Yeah, rook B1. You just need some, rook checks. Bishop E3 checks. Okay, bishop E3 first. Yeah, next move King G3.
Yeah, and the threat will then be rook H2.
Simply winning for black.
Lagno seems super confident. The young Asabayeva, not as young as her profile picture there on Chess.com, but still the younger of the two. She plays rook F1.
King G4, nice. Avoid King G3, rook F3. That's the only thing.
Yeah. Important stalemate trick. If rook F4 is played, the point is that black can take with the bishop, everyone. So there's no
Yeah, so maybe rook
stalemate.
e1 here.
Rook where?
Rook e1 that has been played.
Okay. Okay, what's the simplest win here?
That's a good question. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess some people never study this position carefully, right? They
Yeah.
don't know it's winning, but how?
Including me. Some people who never study this position, guilty. I mean, the
I didn't mean for
concepts
that.
the concepts are kind of obvious, right? Black is clearly winning, but because it's an opposite color bishop corner, it's not so simple because of these stalemate tricks. And again, there's a lot of positions where if you play like king g3, rook f3 check, and it's the renegade rook stalemate idea. Like, just to show everyone, a move like king g3 and you see the eval bar go up, it's now a draw. So these sort of things
Yeah.
are very dangerous. Apparently, if you play bishop f2 here, that's the fastest table-based win. You cut off the rook from these tricks, and then you bring the king up, because there's no rook g1 stalemate tricks you can just take with the bishop. So,
And then you wait until, realize bishop f2, king g3, you wait until this rook to move away from f1, then you move the bishop again, then there wouldn't be any rook f3 check.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you cut off the rook from that renegade rook idea, which is really instructive to know, so there's no draw. And when the rook moves, you can make progress.
King g3
coming forward.
Okay, but seems like Katya is still like looking for the best ways.
I mean, she only has, she's living off the increment here. This is not a foregone conclusion that Asabayeva doesn't swindle a draw here.
Well, I mean, the only thing to pay attention is do not get into 3 times repetition. Apart from that, you just play some moves, adding to 2 minutes and think about it. But if you did not find bishop f2, I'm just curious, is there any other winning methods? If not, then certain chances white could survive,
Yeah. No, exactly. And what you said in regards to threefold repetition, it's a real potential, right? Because at some point you've maneuvered yourself into a scenario where there's no other way to make progress but repeat a position you've already had. I think Asabayeva just backs up the rook to d1 now.
Yeah.
So again, the most efficient win apparently is to put the bishop back where it was.
But Katya's still like running within seconds. That's hard.
Yeah, and then when the rook goes here, threatening the stalemate idea, you cut off the rook's access to the f-file, which is, if you don't know that idea, that's a hard thing to figure out with only a few seconds on the clock.
Okay, almost. Okay, now it's another crucial moment.
Okay. Again, Asabayeva threatens the renegade stalemate idea. So king g3 would be a huge blunder.
Bishop no, black goes king g5. Okay, she's still like moving around. In the camera, seems like she played king g5.
I also see a piece on g5. You're right. Okay. Yeah, we've already seen a false claim of threefold repetition earlier in the event. In the wild match that went down between David Paravian and Maxime Bachet-Lagrave. Had the pleasure of covering that with Ben Feingold and Vishy Anand in live fashion. So, and apparently, Yvonne, I don't know if you saw that, but it was the DGT board that had like made a mistake, that had registered threefold repetition because it didn't properly count whose move it was. Anyway, crazy.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I only saw their Armageddon game.
Yeah, it was a false claim, and anyway, so why it was a wild story if you missed that one.
Oh my God, is it draw here?
Yeah, she
already rook f3.
she's unable to make progress. And
No, but the rook f3, king g4, can she take on h3? Like rook g3 check, then rook h3. No, the camera is rook f3, king g4 here.
king g4.
Ah, he returned.
Rook g3.
Yeah, how about rook g3? I'm curious.
Rook g3 looks like a draw to me.
Well, maybe you can go like king f4, rook h3, then rook q. I have no idea, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Wait, she doesn't play rook g3. She goes back to f1 and then king h4. What a weird zugzwang. Note, everybody, there is no rook f4 anymore because the bishop taking would free up the g1 square and it would no longer be stalemate. So Asabayeva is back to the drawing board. I wonder if rook g3 was...
Okay, yeah, looks like rook g3 could be a draw, right? Rook g3, king f4, rook h3, and yeah, then rook e.
Oh, but apparently if you check and then switch the king to this side of the board, it's actually one of those wins where they... I don't know. Okay. This is so tricky.
Oh, wait, they finished. What happens? Black wall or what? How did they finish this? King h and then?
Black won. Oh, she blundered. Rook f7. There was rook e1 check and bishop g1.
And then bishop f2 checkmate. What? Oh my.
Wait, but bishop f2 isn't... Oh, bishop f2, bishop g3. Okay.
Yeah. How can she play rook f7?
Yeah, rook f7. Well, you know what she was worried about was the whole drawing idea that Asabayeva had set up was based on having rook f3 on the move king to g3. And so Lagno had set up a position where if she moves the rook elsewhere, now king g3 is winning. And Asabayeva didn't have any other way to hold. So actually, so really the question was here. The question is, did Asabayeva miss a draw with the move rook to g3 check, the stalemate trick? Later analysis will show, some of you watching at home probably have a table base and can just answer the question. But if rook g3 was a draw, then Asabayeva missed it. Otherwise, it looks like after rook f1, Yvonne, king h4 was kind of a brilliant little shuffling by Lagno, right? Because now white can no longer hold on king to g3, which threatens checkmate on h2. So Asabayeva plays rook f7 and ultimately resigns here. Again, the finish, everybody, was going to be bishop f2 check and bishop g3 checkmate. So, okay, well, I think we all learned something here today.
Definitely. Interesting end games.
Yeah. And if we didn't, at least we had a good time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second set of games from the 2021 FIDE World Cup. Round 4 tiebreaks continue in just a moment. And as we get set here for the second set of rapid tiebreakers from the FIDE World Cup, remind everybody that one of the next big rapid and blitz events, because we'll probably have rapid and blitz today. I'm sure some of these are going to go into the next set of tiebreakers, will be from St. Louis, the 2021 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, part of the Grand Chess Tour, followed by the Sinkfield Cup. Going to be super exciting. We've got all the coverage right here on Chess.com. So hit that follow button if for some reason you haven't yet. And we'll see you then. Magnus Carlsen will see his opponent now playing the black pieces, as Anton Korobov will as well with Alexander Grishuk. The roaming cam bouncing around. There we go. Back to Radislav and Magnus. And yeah, super exciting here. Super exciting. We've got liftoff, and probably just seconds away. We'll certainly be focused on this game. Remember, everyone, you can go to chess.com/events and choose any game you want to follow. And go ahead and let us know in chat if you see something super exciting happen. We'll try to follow it. D4, knight f6, and now knight to c. Oh no, sorry, it was a Nimzo. I didn't see the pawn to c4. I thought we had a Verisov for a second, but instead we have a mainline Nimzo Indian.
Nimzo e3 looks like.
Yeah. E3, mainline Nimzo. Wojtaszek thinks it over before playing castles, and now bishop d3. This is a theory that has been played more than a few times. We'll say that. Mainline stuff.
Yeah, so it's too early to say something about this game.
Yep.
And did we miss some decisive results from the last round? Just to see, maybe who needs a draw in case to finish.
Yeah, it's a good point. Good point. So we'll keep the cam right there on Magnus and Wojtaszek, but let you know that Anton Korobov playing the white side here of the same similar Nimzo, but with the move bishop d2 instead of bishop d3. Anton Korobov is in a must-win situation. He lost the first tiebreaker. Durabali is also in a must-win situation on the white side of this wild French versus Abdusaturov. We saw that one. Other must-win situations include Andreikin, who we saw lose that complicated knight and pass pawn ending versus Velimir Ivic. And Karjakin. Okay, we missed the finish in that one. Karjakin also has to win. He lost to Vladislav Artemiev, although we saw that game. It was trending toward Artemiev, right? We liked that position for white. We just didn't get to see the conclusion.
Yeah. That's the queen to d6, d8, and white
exactly.
to d8. Yeah.
Yep. And the last must-win situation, I believe, from the open section includes Nikita Vichikov, who we did see lose to Peter Svidler after that sort of weird sacrifice on d5. And so a lot of people in must-win situations. In fact, the majority of the matches are going to require a decisive result to move to blitz. Magnus Carlsen's match versus Wojtaszek among the exceptions. Neither player has to win this game to keep their hopes alive.
Okay, so here black is facing an option ED or queen d5 because ED5 this is a very symmetric, but only this bishop on b4 is the side he wasting tempo. He needs to retreat to d6 or e7. But it looks like still a reasonable option ED5, right?
Yeah, both seem like completely reasonable options. What?
Looks like he played the move.
He played ED and white immediately responded with knight f4.
By the way, this is some theory. Yeah, I suddenly recall this is kind of theory, right?
Yeah, looking at our ECO right now, the main move here is the move bishop to d6, knight to e7 is also possible, as well as the move bishop to e7 are all three moves that have been played by top grandmasters before.
Yeah, okay, so this going to, bishop d6.
Bishop d6 played by Wojtaszek. Okay. So well, let's come back to this one because we'll give Carlsen plenty of attention, especially if it gets spicy, but there's so many other games going. Another matchup that doesn't require win, but is an exciting one is between two of the brightest stars from Russia, Esipenko and Dubov. We have an Italian game, a closed Italian here with black now playing the move d5. So that's going to spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, but black already exchanged the knight versus with a knight square, no, light square bishop.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
this gives white some tiny initiative.
Yeah, this is not the most, even if the structure is something you see in the Italian, every day, I guess, to use that phrase, the position of the pieces is a little bit unique, right? Like you said, it's this move order with bishop to g4 and giving up the bishop pair, a little bit awkward for black. I mean, you gain the tempo, but giving up the bishop pair to me is an interesting choice here. And now we see knight g3 and g6 on the board.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm just biased toward the bishop pair, I guess.
Yeah, this one would be happy.
Yeah.
But still like a long game. So
long game to go for sure.
Yeah. We'll check the others. Oh,
Yeah,
by the way, the
also,
other game in the camera background, they're also kind of in an equal position.
going to that right now. Etienne Bacro now with the white pieces versus Pavel Pankratov, knight h6 in a French. This is
Bishop e2, knight h6. Okay,
yeah,
normally knight h6 happens after a3. So
right.
bishop e2, I think one of the theory is cd knight e7, right? But knight h6 here.
But I guess it makes sense because you're also not in the main line with bishop d3, right? The other line that's well known as bishop b3, and you can't take everything here because in the end, white wins the queen with bishop b5 check. So main lines include like bishop d7. But instead of a3 or bishop d3, we have bishop e2, knight h6 heading into f5 immediately.
Yeah, so here white needs to think about bishop h6 or maybe knight a3 or maybe some other idea. Or maybe dc5 short castle. This could,
yeah, which is also a typical, yeah.
But then knight g4, so we should think about the move order.
Yeah, the move order is definitely less known than just the main lines with a3 or bishop d3. So this is, yeah, interesting move order. As Yvonne said, if takes, and castle short, now knight to g4 is not normally, black is not normally getting all of these things so fast, even though it's kind of a common idea whenever the structure changes with dc5. But this would just be good for black. So yeah, a fun position for Bacro to figure out, and he's now down more than 5 minutes on the clock trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so we'll have a look for other games, probably those more decisive games.
We'll come back to it. So we've checked in on a bunch. Remember, go to chess.com/events, choose the games you want to see. The Grisha game is, again, one where Anton Korobov has to win as white. We had this 5 bishop d2 Nimzo. Not the most common. Now we see a transposition into a queen's gambit. The moment the bishop d2 is played, black transposes to a QGD. And just some good old-fashioned family fun here, right? Main lines.
Yeah. But I think, I'm not sure about this one. Maybe this is slightly better version for white. I'm not sure, it's still the main theory.
Yeah, the exchange here opening the position feels, I was expecting knight e4 to be the move here. I feel like that's normally the response to regain the bishop pair, although even that, maybe white still has a small edge. We now see c takes d4, bishop takes d4 has been played.
Yeah, knight c6.
Knight to c6. Black is going to try to regain the bishop pair, but may end up being strapped with an isolated pawn to go with it at the end of the exchanges.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe now in the camera we have the game Andrikin versus Ivich. Maybe we'll have a quick look. Yeah, last move was some piece to g4. Oh, knight to g4.
This is a fun Taimanov.
Very unusual Taimanov,
yeah.
But what happens if just bishop e2?
Well, there's queen a5 check coming, right?
Yeah. I was going to say 92 and then I realized it's queen a5 check. Oops. 92 also faces queen a5.
Yeah, does white have to stop queen a5 check somehow by guarding the pawn? I mean,
you mean like bishop f4?
But maybe, I don't know. It feels.
But then b2 is hanging.
Yeah, b2 is hanging. Yeah, so like bishop f4, queen b6 feels kind of risky.
Yeah, knight d2 maybe. Queen b2, rook b1, and then bishop d3 short castle because the black's position is in general very shaky.
Oh, sorry. Well, you can play queen a3, but probably white would avoid the queen trade.
Yeah, this will be a winning for white.
Yeah. This feels super dangerous. So Ivic is thinking about the position, even though he's already committed e5. So I kind of like that idea of bishop f4.
Yeah, knight d2, bishop d3, right?
Yeah, giving up this pawn. I mean, black can also take, of course, but now we're probably playing. Okay, just bishop d3 anyway. There's no reason to give up another pawn. And the point, as you said, is that white is quickly castling. Everybody is in the party, and black is a little bit underdeveloped.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Andreikin lost the first game, so he's in a must-win situation as black here to keep his World Cup tournament going.
Yeah.
All right. We'll come back to that one. Other must-win situations include Sergei Karjakin with the white pieces against Vladislav Artemiev. Again, more Russian on Russian action here. And
well, this is some typical Karjakin E5 variation.
Yeah. I can't tell from this angle, but I'm pretty sure we are looking at Artemiev Karjakin on camera there. Indeed, we are. Okay, now I'm sure.
Yeah.
I can recognize that focus pose and that hairline from Artemiev anywhere.
This is like his typical one?
Sorry, what?
I mean, you say you've already noticed that it's Artemiev with his, let's say, typical
got a coiffed hairdo. We know it well on Chess.com. He wins a lot of tournaments around here.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Good view right there, and Karjakin across from him, fully focused, trying to make his move now as white, given that he's got to get some. It's not just about getting a position that's better, but you want to have a position that you really feel has some fighting chances. And like you said, a closed Karjakin, bishop on e4. But white's got one of those positions that could be sneaky dangerous, right? If the pieces quickly come over here to the king side, and somehow you could manufacture open lines, you might have a chance for an attack. But my guess is Artemiev knows about that, and he's going to fill the f5 square at some point.
Yeah, it's unlikely. I mean, to be honest, in a must-win situation, to play this with white is not so easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but there will be a real fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Still too early to predict. Yeah.
And obviously there has to be one from Karjakin's point of view. A draw is simply not good enough when you lose the first game. And it was funny,
it was one more move.
Yeah, a move has been played. I'm waiting to, it was knight to c6. Another way to protect the f5 square is to trade off the piece that's supporting it. So rather than knight f5, black plays knight c6. A trade of the knights is going to help you keep the position even more closed. And Karjakin is better, but he's got his work cut out for him, like you said, to actually create winning chances here.
Tough job. Maybe some queen g3, f5 at some moments.
I would do that and then ask questions later, but that's me because I'm all about unsound checkmate attacks. So we'll see. We'll see what Karjakin can come up with. Let's head over to another battle between a couple of Russians. We've got Nikita Vichigov now with the white pieces against Peter Svidler, but similar to Karjakin, Vichigov has to win with the white pieces. He lost the first game, and this just, it looks like one of those, there's Peter with the confident stroll. I was going to say, this looks like a position that Svidler, I've never even seen it for sure, but I feel like Svidler probably has played this position dozens of times. That's just the feeling I get.
Okay, I have no idea.
I mean,
But
it's a Grunfeld, and we know that Peter is one of the world's leading experts in the Grunfeld, right? Along with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But just also looking at the time management just makes you feel like Svidler probably knows exactly what to expect in this position. And I don't know. I could be suffering from some Peter Svidler bias, but I feel like he's in good shape here as black.
Mhm. Yeah, there's some play. Maybe d6, queen g7, d7, queen e7, then rook q1. With the hope then to open up the lines with e5. I don't know.
It's what the doctor ordered, right? Your whole idea is to make something happen on the dark squares. It's your only chance.
Yeah.
Again, the math here is white is down the exchange, but really hoping to do some long-term damage on this diagonal.
Yeah, because if you allow black to create some like queen d6 blocks up, then I guess it will be even more harder to win as white.
Checking the opening theory, this position had been played let's see. The last position in the popular ECO was right here, with the main move being bishop to h6 for white. But instead, Vichugov plays bishop e3. Again, the confident stroll from Svidler tells me that Honey Badger don't care, that he knows the position, whatever. Because he played knight d4 without using much time on the clock. But according to the ECO, bishop e3 was new. Peter responded with knight d4. We get a similar exchange sack you see in a lot of these lines. And again, back to the live position, d6 has not been played. We are in the position right here after queen d. Oh, now d6 has been played. It's on the board.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll see the position that just showed, because after d6 all seems forcing.
Yeah, we see that the position with d6 is on the board. And king g7 has been responded. And
oh no, he didn't play d6. He played rook b1 in the camera. It shows.
Yeah, we've already seen. Oh wait, no. So we saw rook to b1, not d6.
Yeah, rook b1.
Okay, so rook b1 was actually the move, and now e5 has been responded. Sorry for that relay error.
Svidler just plays super fast. Yeah, I guess he definitely has some experience here. So for example, what happens if d takes e6? Maybe just a queen d4 and then bishop c4, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if bishop to c4 is played and the light square bishops are traded, it makes black's task a little bit easier. This is a fun one, I think, even for people watching, because they see the eval bar and assume it's equal. But this is an eval bar that means it's completely unclear. I mean, this is a position where white has sacrificed the exchange for long-term compensation.
Wow, queen a7.
And now he's taken a7, but this
Bishop,
is a position.
Maybe bishop d3, bishop e4. I mean, already white has no attacks. This dark square is supposed to be the attacking chances, but now after e5, f6, the voice here.
Yep.
And what's the hope for white to sacrifice?
Well, I mean, that's the transition. Right now, white is hoping to not only win a7, but maybe b7, and looking for compensation that is based on the material, right? A couple of pawns and a bishop for the rook. But I agree with you. And again, I know I was suffering from Svidler bias-itis, but I just felt like this is a Grunfeld. He knows what he's doing here among the best players in the world, maybe the world's leading expert. So let's head over to Norderbeck Abdusaturov. We've got the young man on camera.
A lot of moves happened, and
a lot is happening.
Is the queen already off the board through the camera?
No, I don't think so.
No. Wow. Wow, the piece.
Dura Bailey seems like
he's really in good shape. This is like almost winning, right?
It seems super scary.
Because if
White is,
b5, knight dc5.
yeah, we'll keep the small board on the live position. Let's back up and see how we got here, because somehow white is up a piece in the live position.
Yeah, we just stopped the point when black plays move knight h6.
Yeah. Apparently the move order, the relay was mistaken. CD4 was actually played first and then knight h6.
Okay.
But either way, bishop h6 and then queen b2. So Norderbeck goes for a really sharp line rather than the traditional capture back here. Black takes b2, knight b to d2. This is actually still theory. G takes h6, castles, bishop to d7. According to our database, bishop to g7 and queen to b6 are the two more popular moves here. Knight takes d4 is also a line, but it's a crazy gambit line and not necessarily good for black. But bishop d7 was played, and then knight b3, rook c8, a3. Bishop takes a3 is apparently the move the computer doesn't like. According to most popular ECOs, we're already in original territory, and the move knight to e1 is probably why bishop takes a3 is bad. The queen is suddenly overworked here on b2. How does she deal with this?
Knight, no. I was thinking knight b4. Okay, just joking. Yeah.
Well, knight b4 was played.
Oh.
And then knight to c5 is a response. What a weird position. It feels like Durabali may have just out-prepared Norderbeck here. I mean, because the theory was still going down up until here with a3, and then bishop takes a3. But a3 is a move that kind of forces bishop a3, because how else do you get your queen out?
No idea. So
it's a super nice move. Like, the whole idea is sort of to prevent the move queen a3, right? The traditional escaping square. You sort of force black's hand to be all in on this poison pawn.
Yeah. So bishop a3, knight e1, knight b4, knight c5. Okay, yeah. So we'll see what happens at the moment.
Knight c5, knight c6, and then knight d3. The point is black has to now part ways with the bishop on a3. Knight a4, rook a3, knight d4. And on bishop h5, b5, knight dc5.
Yeah, it's winning.
The computer says white is winning. looks pretty bad for black. The queen is winning the d4 knight.
This is completely collapsed. Yeah, I believe queen b4.
Right, that makes sense. There's several moves here for white, including knight takes d7. Looks a bit spicy.
Yeah, or you just move the rook to g3. No, maybe that faces knight f5. You should be a little bit careful.
Okay, yeah, knight f5.
Yeah, 97 is nice and clear, actually.
Yeah, it seems simple enough. I mean, if knight d7, I assume if you take a3, I have like knight f6 check or something. Yeah. And then I can regain the knight here and keep the attack going.
Okay, white plays rook d3, very solid move.
White plays rook to d3.
Yeah, ba knight d7. That's still good enough.
Yeah. Can't win this knight and guard the d4 knight at the same time. Well, after a really impressive finish in game one with a wild mating net, if you missed it, I'm sure somebody clipped it. Yifan found a really brilliant mating idea, and then Norderbeck did as well. But it looks like Durabali is in a great position to send this to a blitz tiebreaker here. It would mean both players won with the white pieces. All right, the fans are asking what's going on with Magnus Carlsen. I think it's time that we
have a look. Yeah,
we have a look at the world champions game versus Radoslav Wojtaszek. Game 1 in this tiebreak was drawn.
It's
Pretty
knight on a6.
That's not a good knight on a6.
Yeah, it could easily be stuck in here because you're not on time to play knight b8, always facing bishop b8, rook c7. Oops.
Yeah, something has gone wrong. It's funny. This is one of those small edges according to a computer, because computers can play bad positions, but a human being really is not happy with this knight on h6. This is knight on a6, excuse me. This is a really, I don't know what happened here, but Radislav has now exchanged the rooks on c1. Magnus quickly captures back. I expect rook to c8 to be the follow-up.
And then the question for white, would he keep one of the rooks or exchange both?
What would you do?
Maybe exchange, because after exchange, you'll keep this knight there forever. And if you move the rook away, maybe black could try knight c7. That's a main concern.
Okay. So first instinct would be to make the exchange. Is there another way to make the exchange? Like sort of stare down the file, like, okay, I guess queen e3 is actually the only way.
Or rook c3.
Or rook c3, also a very nice way to do that. In fact, I like rook c3 even better. That's a nice move. And the point here is that the knight is actually still trapped, and even though the rooks have not been traded. And even if you go for some sort of endgame, like an exchange on c6.
Oh no, that's ugly. You just exchange and b4, this knight just out there.
Look at that. It just looks bad. In fact, you're almost threatening bishop d6, a4, and b5, trapping the pony.
Okay, so what did Magnus do?
No, Magnus traded on c8, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
And as you said, plays b4. Just immediately going after the knight here. b5 it's hard to stop. Is queen to c6 the only move?
Yeah, because queen c4 facing queen e3. Or maybe, yeah, what happens queen c4? Yeah, maybe queen e3, king f7, bishop d6. Okay.
Yeah. There's also this, Magnus's pieces are just, classic Magnus. Perfectly positioned for things on both sides of the board here. This is really, really hard to play. Even if you play a move like this and you stop b5, I mean,
queen e3, it's just winning.
Queen e3, threatening queen e8 checkmate. The knight is still trapped. It's super. Let's keep the live position up. I'm curious when this all went wrong. We left the board right here, everyone. The trade on d5 occurred, followed by knight f4. Bishop d6 was still theory.
Bishop e3 was play.
Magnus played bishop e3. The trade on f4 is actually the main idea. Okay, queen f6 and then bishop e3. So this was all fine. According to the database, bishop f5.
Yeah, that seems a much more logical and normal, right? Why knight b4?
Yeah. So bishop f5 is the logical, normal thing to do. You're trying to trade the light square bishops, and then you've got kind of a decent knight versus bishop battle. But Wojtaszek played knight b4, and after bishop b1, ended up having to move this knight to a less than ideal position on a6. So perhaps this whole line with knight b4 was just kind of suspect, because look how quickly this turns around. I mean, after a3 and then bishop f4, this is like, wow. All of a sudden, the wheels come off very quickly for Wojtaszek.
Okay, seems like there are a few more moves has been played.
Yep, catching up right now. b4, b5 is on the board.
No, this is very tricky.
Yeah.
This knight completely out on a6. Oh my god. And this is exactly the position that Magnus would be very happy about.
Yeah, well, it's a wonderful position where you don't even have to find the win. All you gotta do is take a sip of that water. Probably tastes delicious. Don't mind if I do.
Well, but maybe we still need to find a plan for white, like how to invade, right?
Yeah.
Because queen d7, king f7, black just set a fortress there.
Yeah, queen d7 is played. Probably the most useful defensive thing you can do. Hold down g7. The problem is it does sacrifice the c file. So if Magnus decides it's time, he could flip over very quickly. I'm not sure what the future would be. So perhaps that's a waste, because as ugly as this knight is, it's a bit of a donkey, but it actually does hold these squares. So so queen c3 is probably not the move. How would you approach playing this position as white? You're the world champion here.
Yeah, I was thinking that we should maybe move like king f3, king f2 at some moments when your queen is not on g3. I was just trying to figure out the move orders. And when the king is safe, then at certain moments, queen d3, a4. I mean, something like that. We probably need this a4 breakthrough at certain moments because unlikely there will be other ways. And the other question I'm thinking is whether we need to push h6 at certain moments, because after h6, then you could provoke this queen away, then there will be checkmate. But this is double h, because after h6, g6, or even g5.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe there's g5 you got to worry about too. You
Yeah.
make a really instructive point, Yvonne, which is that previously you needed this battery to keep the knight trapped, but now if the d5 pawn is under fire, you could make moves like queen b3 or even queen f3, and the knight is still trapped, because going to c7, you'll just exchange it and then win the pawn with check, right? So perhaps that's the key idea, just based on what you said, some sort of move with the queen. As long as you're keeping an eye on d5, then the knight is still trapped and can't go to c7.
Yeah, like for example, queen e3 here, followed by f3, king f2, because anyway, knight
yeah,
c7.
if knight c7, you shake and bake.
But you can play king f7.
Yeah, knight f3, king f7. Can you? And now f3, there's knight c7 though.
Yeah, maybe queen d3 now, attacking h7. So whether you go back or not. Yeah. And then no, not a4. Yeah, not a4. Yeah.
I like your idea of finding a way to get the king in the game, because at this point you maybe don't have to have a winning plan if you can just improve the king. So maybe even like queen f3 and then try to bring the king up to, I don't know. That seems a little weird. Never mind.
Well,
okay.
It seems like still some subtle techniques required to win this.
Yeah.
Not as simple as the first glance, right? This knight out, white will just simply win. No. Okay, so maybe we'll check some other games and come back.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is game 2 of the round 4 tiebreaks from the FIDE World Cup, and there is a lot of action going. Those games you see before you are all going down at chess.com/events. You can go there, and you may not know this, you can actually watch our live commentary and be at chess.com events. So one of the cool things is that you can keep the video playing and browse through the games yourself in case you want to hear the game we're talking about, but choose a different one to follow. Back to one of the top games that we know we have a camera look into is Norderbeck Abdusatturov, now still in a bad position, but not over yet against Durabali. He won the first game, and the Azeri Grandmaster trying to level the score and force a blitz tiebreaker. Abdusatturov defending as best he can as black. We also have Grishuk and Korobov. Korobov must win as white to force a blitz tiebreaker. If you see another one you want to go to, Yvonne, you can just yell at me. A lot of people do that. Just yell. Just yell at me. Not a big deal.
Okay. No. The games you picked is interesting actually, but this is still like the early stage of the opening. Let's check if we have some decisive moments. Let's quickly go to the other games.
Okay, we'll bring up Bakro and Pankratov because we've got them on camera as well, and it is a little spicier. Whoa. This is
who's white? Oh,
Bakro. Etienne Bakro is white. versus Pavel Pankratov. They drew the first game if you're just tuning in. So this is not a must-win game for either player, but it looks like Bakro is doing better as white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is better and solid. How to deal with?
Let's see what happened here. We left it
knight f5 maybe.
Oh, you know what's funny, Yvonne?
The same opening.
I was just about to say that. I thought it was a relay error. It wasn't. It was the same opening between Abdusattorov and Pankratov. So knight h6 was played.
Yeah, and you remember when we were looking at the other game, I said black played knight h6, and then you said no, there was some delay with CD.
I thought there was an error, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
So not a DGT error. My apologies to the FIDE World Cup or DGT team on site. In fact, instead it was, and again, just to show you exactly what we're talking about, in the game between Durabali and Abdusattorov, CD4 was played by Abdusattorov, and then knight h6, which led to bishop h6 and queen b2. Again, we'll come back to that. So to clarify, it was correct. Knight h6 was played here against Pankratov, and after takes, we do not see queen takes b2. Instead, we see the main line with g takes h6, queen d2, and we'll quickly catch up. dc5 followed by b4. And it feels like this was one that was much easier for white as well. So not a good day if you're a French player, because both Durabali against Abdusattorov and Bakro here against Pankratov have great positions with the white pieces.
So maybe knight f5 here.
Knight f5, you want to force a queen trade?
Yeah, well, firstly you need to solve the problem of the knight, right? And if you play knight f3, queen f3, it's just very easy.
Yeah, knight f3, queen f3 is great for white. You hit the rook. Okay, if knight f5.
Maybe rook d8, then king d8, queen d2 check.
I was going to say, because you can't take with the queen, because queen a7.
Yeah, so even not a single chance to change the queen.
Something like check, and maybe then I just take here, right?
Yeah, completely winning.
This is tough. I mean,
Bad opening choice. Sorry, go ahead.
I've been saying for years, don't play the French defense, right? You don't play the French, right?
No, I did.
You did?
Well, not that often. So I played French when I was young. I think when I was like a teenager, like 13, 12, something like that. I played some French. Then I played, but also my French experience wasn't, very comfortable. I remember I played French with some top grandmasters. I played with Svidler, I played with Karjakin, and I think I lost like the games like this. So not a great result either.
You realize, well, I've been trying to warn the masses for years. Obviously I'm partly kidding, but not a good round for the French. It seems that both Pankratov and Abdusattorov might be regretting their choice for 1e6. But all right, we are going to take a very quick break, and you don't want to regret your choice and go anywhere, because then you'd be missing all the action ahead. It's game 2 here in this round 4 tiebreaker. Howie Fawn and I will be right back. And we are coming back now. The second set of games in this round 4 tiebreaker of the World Cup are heating up, just like our merch store. That stuff is hot. The kids say our merch is lit, Yvonne. Our merch is bussin'. That's what the kids say. They say it's awesome. Or anyway, but you can use the World Cup promo code. Yvonne, do you want a shirt or a sweatshirt or anything?
It looks good, especially the black one in the middle.
Yeah. I don't think I would ever wear that. No, I'm just kidding. Love our merch. Anyway, but good stuff. Go use the World Cup promo code. Check out our merch store. Go.chess.com/merch and get yourself some swag, people. All right, here we go. We've got a few more moves have been made, and rook takes d8 was played after wait, bishop. So we left this game with
bishop e4, knight e4, knight c6.
And then the trade.
Okay, so maybe there's some rook c. Oh no, rook c1 you can play knight c6. No, but then queen b6, knight f6, b5. So just rook c1, king b8, knight f6. Another checkmate is coming. Yeah, rook c1 is winning, right, Danny?
Yep.
And knight c6, queen b6, a b6, knight f6, followed by the move b5. So we just win a piece. No, wait, but there's bishop a3. So a little bit careful.
Rook c1, knight c6. You were saying knight d4?
No, I was saying queen b6, knight f6, b5, but I missed the bishop a3.
Ah.
Maybe that's not a big deal. No, but rook c2, rook b4, it might be decisive.
Yeah, knight f6 and b5 hits the pin, but there's bishop a3, I see.
Yeah, I missed
it's
bishop.
probably winning.
Yeah, after bishop a3, I can play rook a1, right? Then rook a8. Well, but it's not easiest because you give the two pass pawns on the queen side.
Yeah.
Okay, backer played rook c1, I guess. In the camera, I cannot see clearly.
Yeah, rook c1 check and knight c6 and knight d4 are all on the board.
No. Oh, is it played? No.
No.
What move did he do? Did he play rook c1 check? I cannot see clearly from the camera, but seems like his rook c1 has been played because it looks like the black knight still on d8.
Yeah, rook c1 check. I don't see the relay being updated yet, so we're still in the position before rook c1 check, and both sides still thinking.
Okay, rook c1 check play. The black didn't react yet from the camera. Now it's clear.
Yeah. No, rook c1 check was played.
Knight c6, knight d4 is a great move. I love this idea. Yeah, this is much stronger than this winning material. Sometimes you cannot be too greedy.
Well, it's hard because it just looks like you just trade queens and played b5 and then I just pinned. But the tempi, the rook is just awkward enough over there. Just awkward enough to pass, like most of the jokes I make. Just awkward.
Okay, back or play knight f6. Yeah, it's better because it stops the rook f4. And then you go queen b6, b5. And if you go queen e3, then fe, the king already has a window to go f2. So
yeah, and this is perfect because, like you said, you gain the tempo first while the queen is still guarding f4, preventing the rook from staying awkward on the fourth rank. And then you can trade and play b5, and Bakro is, well, if he converts this game, he moves on to round 5. They drew their first game, so again, keeping track of that.
Anyway, I'm just curious. So, who will be the next opponent for Bakro?
I don't know. Maybe our team can check on that. I don't know the way the bracket shapes out off the top of my head. Looks like moves are being played. Rook goes back to g6, and we expect b5 to be on the board shortly. Bakro is hovering over the b pawn, about to push it forward. Chat says
Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm actually not. I did just pick up some coffee though. I got some iced coffee, some cold brew, cold brew coffee.
Bishop a3 has been played, then rook to c2, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bishop
this
a3, rook c2. Black is going to have a couple of passed pawns, but they're not going to be connected anymore. They're going to be split, and white has moves like knight d4. So this should be a pretty straightforward victory for the Frenchman, right? I mean, looks like Bacro is doing great.
yeah.
Speaking of straightforward victories, let's actually back out here and head on over again to board 1, where the world champion looks like he's converting against Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Oh, yeah.
In the position we left, by the way, after queen d7, he did play queen f3. So that idea of keeping an eye on the d5 pawn, taking advantage of the fact that the knight can't move.
Mm-hmm.
Then queen to c3 after h6. Really interesting little game of tickle there. Queen f5, g3. You can't take the pawn because queen c8 check. So instead, Radoslav sits tight.
Yeah, this h6, I'm not sure if this is a good move.
By black, this move h6 here. Yeah. h6, maybe not the best. I think you're right, Yvonne. Queen to c2 is a really strong idea. And then she enters the king side via h7. Oh, and did he just blunder bishop takes h6? I don't know.
No, I guess he just wants to activate his knight.
Yeah, he didn't really have a choice. So he plays knight c7. Now there's all kinds of problems occurring.
I think, he blundered what? He probably was hoping to play the move knight e6 instead of queen g4, but then realized it doesn't work.
Ah, because if knight e6 before queen g4, you have queen h8, king f7,
b7,
and bishop g7 and h6.
then h6, then
Wow.
queen h7, queen d7, h7. One of the ways. There must be many other ways.
Classic Magnus. So yeah, I think you're right, Yvonne. I think he sacrificed this h6 pawn with the pin, thinking he had knight e6, but just missed the idea of queen h8. Amazing. So as we get back to the live position, it's not over yet. There's always a chance for a perpetual check whenever you're playing a queen versus queen endgame like this, but likely the world champion should be moving on to round 5 if he converts this game.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe let's switch to some other games.
Okay.
Do we have any other results yet? No, not yet.
One result is in the books. We will be headed to a blitz tiebreaker between two of the younger Russian players in the field. Esipenko and Danil Dubov will be going to tiebreakers. An opposite code bishop ending was agreed to a draw right here. So that game is in the books. We will have blitz between Dubov and Esipenko. It looks like Norderbek Abdusaturov has just resigned against Durabeli. So
They'll also do a tiebreak. Yeah.
So big win for Durabeli. The Azeri Grandmaster forces a blitz tiebreaker and no longer play the French, right? You heard Yvonne's advice. She said, don't play the French. Didn't you say that?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I should not blame French on playing that way. No. Actually, then you mentioned that. I just said my experience in French wasn't very successful.
Right. Well, okay, I think a lot of people have that same experience. That's all I'm saying. All right. The
Andrikin versus
Ivic versus Andrikin, the Croatian, the Grandmaster.
Oh my gosh. Black is losing material. Okay.
Yeah. And let's remember that Andrikin has to win this game as black. So at this point, it seems more than likely that Dmitry will be headed home. How does Ivic convert this? Well, I guess the better question is, how does Andrikin defend this? I'm threatening to just win a piece.
Okay, maybe we'll switch to Karjakin because we'll quickly go to the other games and maybe come back to it.
I'm just going to show the obvious tactic. The point, everybody, is the knight can't move because the queen hangs. And if you trade queens, now you move the knight, but then the bishop is hanging because the pawn is actually pinned to the king. And going to h3 also loses 2 pieces for the rook and should be a easily lost endgame. So The reason you see the eval bar where it is because black has no real way to defend against the G file. So, all right, we'll leave that one as it stands, but we are expecting Ivic to move on to round 5 at the FIDE World Cup. All right, Artemiev only needs a draw to move on. But look at Sergey's position. This is a little spicy. We've got the bishop pair here.
And also we got the important G6 pawn.
Yeah. And also he's got an important lead on time. He's up almost double on the clock.
Yeah, but 3 versus 1, time flies. So maybe we'll see another tie break. Like continues.
Yeah.
Oh, bishop d8. Okay.
I like that move.
Yeah.
That's a nice pawn over there.
Carrying bishop c7. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
this is hard for black. He played queen d7.
Queen to where?
I don't know. Queen d7.
Queen d7. You're saying I can't take a5?
Because of queen a4.
Okay.
Well, I think you can. Bishop a5, queen.
And I can go after your e pawn now. Yeah, it looks like we have a result on the top board. If you look way in the background, Magnus Carlsen stands up, puts on his coat. That's a confident Magnus strut. We've seen that before, and we see the arbiter there. Just to quickly show that. For those who are wondering who the woman in the blue dress was, she was the arbiter assigned to the game. Arbiters keep track of the games in the rapid and blitz format so that the players don't have to. And I think sometimes people wonder that. So yeah, she was the arbiter assigned, and indeed this was the final position. Toshik resigns. Magnus Carlsen is still dancing in Sochi. He will be playing in round 5 starting tomorrow.
Oh, looks like Grischuk is having some problems or not. No, he will capture the b7 pawn. No, it will be a draw. Yeah, just rook e8.
But again, a draw is a win for Grischuk at this point in the match because he won the first tiebreaker.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
And some other games, maybe.
So Grischuk likely to join Magnus in round 5. He'll be the first one to do so. Nope, I lied. Ivic just beat Drake and the game is over. So Ivic and Carlsen have officially punched their ticket for round 5. They are the only 2 players to do so far. Alexander Grischuk will join them very soon as this game is agreed to a draw. Let's go back to Karjakin Artemiev because that's where the fun was. There he is. Sergey Karjakin hunched over. Vladislav wearing his lucky blue shirt.
Yeah, I think then your bishop a5, bishop c7 looks great, but then queen a1 check, this king goes to f2, right?
Yeah, let's look at it. You're right.
It's a bit, well.
But b2's hanging. I guess the point is if we just go for some straightforward line, can I do this? Oh, wait. You don't have bishop d3, so I could probably do this. I could also consider taking with the queen.
Yeah, queen e5 may be stronger with the threat queen e7.
Yeah, and you can't play bishop d3 because of queen d5. So.
Oh wait, can I play the move queen g5?
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting. With the idea queen a4, queen e7, or what? Queen a4, queen e7, queen d7.
Queen a4, queen e7 threatens queen f7. That's Ifan's idea. Queen d7, and then what? You just. I think this looks fine for Artemiev. I mean, you can trade and take
Oh
a5.
no, he played queen h3. Wait, we missed that. Queen h3.
Queen h3 threatening queen h1 for Artemiev. Both players are under a minute, by the way. We have drama here. We'll probably focus on this one because it is the former challengers, meaning Sergey Karjakin has to win.
Can we take on
this game?
No, 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 we cannot. We cannot. That's a huge blunder.
Wait, what'd you say? You said,
I was thinking, I was about to ask, can we take on e5? That's
oh
a
yeah, yeah.
huge blunder. Okay. Yeah, because at first I was thinking, it's to be honest, not so easy for white to find the next move. And I looks like Karjakin missed queen h3. This is a
Yeah.
nice try for black,
Just
especially
judging
on
by
the
his
time pressure.
reaction,
Yeah,
I think bishop a5 was the move, and now he's got his work cut out. I mean, okay, he's got 3 seconds, 2 seconds. What's
maybe that's not real.
Yeah, it's not exactly real, but it is indicative of the time, at least within the few seconds, though. He's got to move quickly here.
That's annoying here. Black also starting in 19e6. What to do with white? I'm just curious.
Yeah, he's
Maybe queen g4.
queen g4 and get the queens off the board. At the very least, in that line, the a5 pawn is still hanging.
Yeah, I think he can play queen g4, at least trying to be safe, right?
If you could just take the queens off the board, white should win the ending pretty easily if the a5 pawn falls. Although black does have bishop c2 in a lot of positions, so maybe not so easy.
Let's look at the camera.
Yeah,
He played king f2. He played king f2.
maybe we can zoom in some and see. We'll stay here for a second. Keep these guys on camera because the drama is real.
Yeah. White plays king f2, black plays queen h2, then king e1. Because 96 facing queen e7.
96, queen e7 threatens mate in a whole lot of ways, so black better have the goods if that happens.
Oh, so maybe king f2 is a great move. Yeah.
Well, right now it's black to play with the king on e1. Artemiev is not playing with a lot of time on his clock either. He's got less than 30 seconds, we can see.
Yeah, king f2 is a nice defense.
Okay.
Check.
And then bishop f1 is immediately the response.
Yeah, because king d2 facing queen b1, right?
But then he plays bishop to d3. Kind of confidently, kind of screwed it into the square there like he was Garry Kasparov or something.
Yeah, okay, now it's winning, right? Okay, exchanging queens, then a5 is lost.
Yeah, this was not the right endgame for Artemiev. The a pawn is real. Although e4 was a great move because if bishop a5, there's bishop to c2. If bishop takes a5, bishop c2 will win back the pawn on a4.
Oh, but bishop b6, knight d7, a5, yeah. But maybe, here we could think about some move like king d2, just to stop. No, but we don't need to stop e3, yeah. Okay.
Karjakin has taken the a5 pawn, and black doesn't even play bishop c2. There must be something we were missing there. Maybe
bishop c2, bishop b6. Why not?
I don't know, but this looks now Karjakin's winning. I thought bishop c2 was an only move in that position. The a pawn cometh up the board. What? Yeah. Why was bishop c2 not the move here?
Bishop b6.
Okay, but it still feels like this was the only chance. I mean, to stop the a pawn. Now we're in a position where.
No, but it's completely winning. Well, here is even more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's clear. Five seconds on the clock. Oh no.
Incredible time pressure for both players. Remember, the drama is real. Karjakin has to win this game as white. So there is no time scramble that you see somehow leads to an accidental draw that's good for Sergey. He has to win this game to force a blitz tiebreaker.
Takes king e2, knight b2, a5, knight c4, bishop c6.
The a pawn pushes.
It's just winning.
Although knight c4, if you take c5, I win a5. Was this a mistake by?
But you play a5 here?
Yeah, a5, knight c4. What's the move then?
Bishop c7.
Okay, bishop c7 will do the trick. Okay, so a5, knight c4, bishop c7, and then the threat of a6 is probably good enough to to almost force a resignation. I think that actually bishop c7 is just lights out.
Okay, knight c4 played. Bishop c7.
Yeah, a5, knight c4 is on the board. Sergey giving it a think, but bishop to c7 is really the only move here. And indeed, he finds it. Knight a3 is now forced to come back to the b5 square. But it's over, right? a6, knight a3. Sorry, a6, knight b5, bishop to b6.
Or maybe you could try bishop d6 here.
But then the knight will just go back to c4.
Then a6 with the knight d6, a7. Yeah, but maybe not necessary.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at a different position, but yeah, bishop b6 is definitely the win. And if you take with check, king takes c3, knight back to b5, you're just going to win the c5 pawn before winning the knight on a7. And note that black has no chance here, because if he loses the knight for the a pawn, the king is also completely stuck to the king side, because ever coming out would allow h6 and g7. So among other things, the point is there's really no chance here as soon as Karjakin forces this knight to sacrifice itself for the a pawn.
Yeah, it's winning.
Well, look at that. Durabali wins on command to force a blitz tiebreaker, and Sergei Karjakin is going to win on command to force a blitz tiebreaker. And just like that, we have more action, Russian on Russian action in the blitz tiebreaker. A great game from Karjakin, by the way. Handled the time scramble super well. Other games have also finished up. We will not have a Russian on Russian battle versus Vichikov and Svidler, because Peter Svidler holds the draw with black. And after having already won the first game, he moves on. So that matchup is done. So Grishik goes against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Svidler will play Shanklin. So we still don't have the answer on who Bakro will play, or maybe we missed that.
No, we got an answer before. He'll be play with a player from Poland. This Kasper Pier.
Kasper. Okay, yeah. So
yeah.
And
actually, I didn't know he entered to the round 5, because I remember when World Cup I played with him in the first round.
I think there may still be some games going in the women's section, so we're gonna hop over there. We have the battle between Karjakin and Stefanova still taking place, and it's a wild finish here with a whole bunch of pass pawns.
But who won the first game?
The first game was won by Karjakin, so Stefanova has to win this to force a blitz tiebreaker.
This is hard for white to win, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's going to do so.
Yeah, it's actually losing.
Yeah, it's if anything, it's losing for white, and even a draw would not save her Sochi campaign. So I think that Stefanova will be knocked out by the top-rated women's player in the event, Alexandra Karjakin. Are there any other games going in the women's section? I don't think so. And in fact, I'm not even sure we will have any blitz tiebreak. No, we will have one between Zagnizi and Shubalova.
And the other matches were already having the results. Okay.
Yeah, Asabayeva drew the second game versus Lagno, which means she's headed home. So with that, Karjakin is headed to round 5. Quickly to show you, Kishlinskaya is also headed to the round 5. Zagnizi and Shubalova are the one matchup that is headed to a blitz tiebreaker, as again, Lagno drew this second game versus Asabayeva, so she will also move on. And there we have it. Only one Blitz tiebreaker going down in the women's section.
But we'll have a few matches in the open section.
Yes, we will have several matches in the open section going to Blitz tiebreaker. To quickly give the run through there. Again, Esipenko and Dubov will be playing a Blitz tiebreaker. Bakro does defeat Pankratov, so he's already moved on. Grishuk defeats Korobov. So in addition to Esipenko, Dubov, we have Abdusaturov and Durabali, Karjakin and Artemyev. And that's it.
Yes, 3 matches.
Those 3 matchups will all be in the Blitz tiebreaker. So, wow, Yvonne, this has been a wild ride, and unfortunately, it's going to have to continue without you. I know that you've got the rest of your evening ahead. I will be joined by Grandmaster Ben Feingold, but a lot of fun yet again, right? What are the highlight games so far that we saw here?
Oh, there are many interesting games, actually. I think both games happened between 2 young players. It was very decisive. A lot of combinations happens.
Yeah.
And also, I think, of course, the first round, this Andrekin's game, this end game, Rook Pawn.
Yeah,
Rook
that was
Pawn versus Rook Knight Pawn was very decisive.
That was nutty.
And also, lately we saw this Karjakin, how he fight back with this move King F2. Actually, I also got a very impressive moment just by then. Within seconds you found a move like King F2, and then you successfully clarify the position to an end game. All this show the skills of top grandmasters.
So it'll be interesting to see whether the momentum favors Karjakin now that he won to force the tiebreaker, or if he runs out of steam. And of course, we also have Esipenko, Dubov, as well as the Durabali of Abdusaturov. So don't go anywhere, everyone. We will have the rest of the tiebreakers here in round 4 of the FIDE World Cup. Yvonne, thank you again. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll see you. I think we'll see you in about a week, right? You'll be back?
Yeah, thank you, Danny. I think I'll join you. Is that you? Probably.
Either myself or Danya Naroditsky will be here to hold down the commentary. So thank you so much, and we'll see you then.
Okay, see you then. Bye.
Bye. And we are now joined by Grandmaster Peter Svidler, who in fine fashion punches his ticket to round 5. Peter, how are you feeling right now about your tournament in Sochi so far?
Well, it's progressing somehow. I'm still not flying home, so it's, you know, I wanted to say it's good, but I miss my people.
Well, it looked pretty good to us. I want to talk about this Grunfeld game just completely selfishly, as much as you'll reveal. How much of this position did you already have planned out?
It was kind of interesting because I had a conversation with a strong player this morning, and I kind of complained to him that the probability of Nikita actually repeating this line is about 0.
Okay.
I honestly thought it's next to 0, but you still have to do your due diligence and click at least a little bit.
Right.
And I'm very happy that I did, because the position up to and including E7, E5 was on the screen just before I left the room. And, you know, knowing this is kind of hugely important, because I don't think E5 is the only move you can make in that position, but it makes life a lot more straightforward if you know that you can play E5 there. So, yeah, it's a rare case of me actually, you know, arguably sort of out preparing Nikita in both games. To the extent that, I mean, he also probably knew all of this in game 2, but you know, considering he needed to play for a win, a line which against good defense probably is some kind of a forced draw is not ideal. So I'm guessing he, you know, he knows me very well. He seconded me in a number of tournaments. So I'm guessing he assumed, normally not incorrectly, that I will just, you know, continue playing video games, or, you know, and not look at anything, which I did, but I also looked at this one line.
Well, thankfully for that, and not sure who the strong player was, but yeah, we were, Ifan, Ben just joined. Ifan and I were looking at this position live, and just seeing the way you were managing the clock, frankly, your body language, kind of walking around the room, I said, my guess is Svidler already has this whole game worked out.
I'm too nervous to sit at the board, honestly. It's not me being confident about my position. I would have been doing exactly the same if I was panicking. I just, you know, I just don't like being at the board when it's not my move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of Bishop G4, if we talk about the game really, like, Bishop D4, Bishop D3, the game is effectively over because there's a lot of simplifications, and my life becomes very, very straightforward. He has to find some kind of a way to give up the pawn on A2, but preserve pieces on the board and just play something like, I don't know, Queen E3, Bishop takes A2, Rook somewhere, and hope that I don't have any immediate way of, you know, simplifying, which I may or may not do. Obviously, Black is better. I mean, I'm now a full exchange up, and the bishop on A1 is killed off, and there is no attack. But, you know, this is at least something, because Bishop G4, Bishop D3, you know, I shouldn't be better there, but I'm definitely, you know, it's just so simple to calculate from here, because I return the exchange, I break up the pawn chain, the bishop on A1 is still gone. And yeah, once this happens, I mean, I'm probably effectively winning here, but I don't need to be. So I kind of relaxed and had to maybe even calculate a little bit. But you know, the cushion is so comfortable here. Like you really have to work very, very hard to lose this position.
Well, you didn't lose it, and you move on to round 5. You're one of the first to do so. And jokes aside, you don't have a rest day, but are you already aware of who your next opponent is? I think
I'm playing Sam. I'm pretty sure I'm playing Sam.
Yeah. You're playing Sam Shanklin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know off the hand what your record is against Sam, but
we played a match. We haven't actually played each other before or after, but we played a match in Holland in, I think, the back end of 20, I want to say 18. And I won that 1+1. I won 2 and lost 1, and there were 3 draws. Sam is obviously a very dangerous opponent, going to be much better prepared than I am.
Well, Peter,
I'm guessing Sam doesn't play a lot of video games.
Yeah, I mean,
Not a video game
there's a downside. I'm aware there's a downside. I'm just, it's a cost benefit calculation, which, so far always comes up, continue playing video games.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you, and we're wishing you luck, and it's exciting to see how well you're playing. Knock on wood, and good luck to you. Hopefully, it continues for you in Sochi, and maybe we'll catch up with you after the next round.
Thank you.
Yep. Good luck.
Thanks,
Good
Peter.
job today.
Yeah, cheers.
And that was the man himself, Peter Svidler, chess commentator extraordinaire, and Hearthstone, one of the best Hearthstone players, certainly among chess players, but really one of the better Hearthstone players you'll ever meet. I don't know what other video games he's into these days, but I know that Hearthstone is one of his favorites.
Yeah, I mean, if my recollection is correct, and maybe it's not, I don't think Sam or Peter have lost a game this event.
I think you're probably correct about that.
I think it's just draws and wins.
Yeah, draws and wins. That's how you
They're
get it
both
done.
very solid this event. They're,
Yeah.
Sam's been in trouble, but he's escaped.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be an interesting matchup. I think, like Peter said, I think he's partly kidding, but it is true. Sam Shanklin, one of the better prepared players in the
That's
world,
for
and
sure. Yeah.
super dangerous with the computer. And, I think Peter's depth and experience, like he joked there, I mean, he's sort of self-effacing, humble about his Grunfeld expertise. But the truth is I think he had that position like completely worked out. And if he gets in his lines, he's been playing chess as a candidate for the world championship since the early 90s, right? I mean, he's pretty good. So I think that if Peter Svidler is playing well in Sochi, everyone should look out.
Yeah, for sure. Peter, as everybody knows, has won the Russian championship more times than I can count.
Yep.
And he's
more
been
times than I've
27
won even maybe chess games at this point. I mean,
exactly. And he's very consistent. He's always over 2,700. Sometimes he's flirting with the very high 2,700s. Of course, he beat Magnus in the last round, which the candidates a few years ago, which almost cost Magnus a chance at the world championship, but Ivanchuk saved him. So yeah, I mean, he's always to be reckoned with. And I think, next round that starts tomorrow, everybody's to be reckoned with. You don't go this far by being an easy opponent.
For sure.
Yeah.
And here we have a not necessarily a London, so don't get your hopes up out there, all of you London players. Shame on you.
I hope so.
But no, we had a Verisov that started out with a potential London move order. Knight comes to c3, and we are officially in. Well, these days I don't even know what to call it officially, but this is, I believe, referred to as the Verisov, an unorthodox QGD approach. This knight on b5 and knight on a6 dynamic is always funny in these lines, Ben, because the knight on a6 is only there because the knight on b5 forced him to, but the knight on b5's future is limited as long as the knight's on a6. So it's kind of a, I don't know, kind of a weird position.
Yeah, usually when I see a knight on b5 and a knight on a6, the knight on a6 isn't very good. Sort of like in this position. So I don't like this
position.
I don't like this position for black. No. Yeah. Okay, but it's 10 minute, I guess. So it's not the most important thing, but
yeah. And let's remind everybody of that. Obviously, we had Peter with us when we first transitioned into the game starting. So quick update. Again, we are in the second set of tiebreakers. 10 minutes plus 10-second increment is what you now have before you. Still the same rules. The players cannot take a draw or even offer a draw before move 30. And a draw claim past the 30th move is permitted only through the arbiter. So important notes about the rules there from Sochi. C4 now played. So I know you said you like white here. And again, I played a lot of these obscure D4 openings for white as well, and tend to be biased toward white. But I've kind of come around to just not getting as excited as I used to be about the dynamic of the knight and the two knights over here, because I feel like white's potential is just as limited often as black's is. Black can play knight e8 and slowly try to orchestrate some exchanges. And I always am wondering, where is the beef for white? I mean, unless you're ready to go all in with the really fun lines like the knight e5 and the g4 stuff, I don't really get that excited about white's position here anymore.
Man, it sounds like Artemiev going all in.
I'm maturing, man. You see that? I'm maturing. By the way, look at our shirts.
Yeah. I didn't even know you're going to wear that shirt, except for one thing.
How'd you know?
Well, I was watching the broadcast bright and early.
Of course, I was going to say that's the right answer. No one told you to wear baby blue.
Yeah, no, I knew what to do. Yeah. That's good when we transition with Peter and got him on the interview right away, because a long time ago when I was transitioning, Peter was there for me and he actually let me borrow one of his earrings. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, Peter's really good at the transition game. Yeah, actually I like C4 because now like there's two parts of the board and I'm not sure, as you said, how white does it. And it's just really solid for black. That's Karjakin for you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is if you could take this bishop and just plop it on C2, then you really.
I mean, he can do that. It just takes a few moves.
Yeah, you can do it. But it's gonna take more than a few moves.
Yeah.
And because of that, it means that your potential with an attack is limited, which means you may not even go for it, right? So instead, we see bishop E2. Karjakin will likely just castle short even before putting the knight on E5. But one of the slow plans is what you said: Queen D2, Bishop D1, Bishop C2. Eventually, try to orchestrate something on the king side. You can also try for B3 in a lot of these positions.
Also, Karjakin's black.
Did I miss something? I knew he was black.
Yeah. No, I thought you said Karjakin is going to castle and play knight E5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke then. I'm sorry. You were making fun of me and I knew it and I just missed it. I missed the memo.
I was making fun of you. I would never do that.
Yeah, exactly.
So black gave up his bishop so he could attack that B pawn and get his knight to a normal square.
Yep.
Interesting idea.
The pawn is a bit vulnerable there. I mean, I don't want to part ways with my dark square bishop, but how else do I defend that guy?
If it was a bullet game, I'm playing rook takes A7, which is terrible. But in bullet, that shocks the opponent, so I have to do it. And then B6, yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's bad. I'm just doing it in bullet. I'm not doing it here.
Yeah, exactly.
Just for fun.
If you play Queen A4, then Queen D7 comes in, I think. I don't think Knight E5 can do anything there. But even if I take my time, like if you defend the pawn and we just like play like B6 to keep it frozen, play Bishop D6 to make a trade, this B pawn is not going anywhere. And I think that's the real worry you have if you're Artemiev.
I don't think the players are worried yet, but I think when they get down to 2 or 3 minutes, then they'll be worried.
Yeah. Let's go over to the other battle between two of the Russians playing in the Blitz tiebreaker. That is Andrei Esipenko taking on Daniil Dubov. And what do we have here? Another Italian. We saw this Italian played in one of their tiebreaker games just before, with the same idea. The bishop came to G4 and exchanged on F3. So both Ifan and I were kind of like, yeah, we like white here. Right. But in that last game, Esipenko played Knight E2. Here, Esipenko plays Rook E1. So that's just the quick theory update for those who care about that. And we are now in a roughly equal position where Dubov really seems to know his stuff here on the black side of these positions.
Well, he better, because you got to know what you're doing against E4. But I think both players are happy here because black has basically equalized. But white has attacking chances with the bishop on A2, the queen on F3. The knight can come help. And there's going to be some maneuvering here, like black might have to play knight D7 to E5 so he can get in C5, C4.
This seems like the right plan.
Then maybe we can kick the knight with F4 later. And you don't have a lot of time to make sure your plan is accurate because it's 10 minutes. So it's a lot of it is just guessing. We're guessing in slow chess too, but at least we have some time to guess. And here we're forced to just do stuff immediately.
But I was going to say, as we're highlighting kind of the general plans for both sides, there's actually a concrete question, which is,
how do I defend this D pawn?
Yeah. How are you defending D4? Because if you play C5, I feel like E5 is probably really strong now that you don't have this square for the knight. If you take it, I have knight takes D4. That's the whole point. So, so this is kind of an issue, and Dubov is down almost 2 minutes on the
Maybe
clock.
you can play. Maybe you can play Queen B6 and attack and defend at the same time.
Okay, I like the way you think. I like the way you think. At least when it comes to chess, pretty much that's the only way I like the way you think.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. I think that could be said about a lot of people. But.
All right, E5 might still come, but now if you go to E8, it's not
okay. He undefended the pawn. That's the way to do it.
He undefended.
He played Bishop D6. It was defended too much.
Wow, I love that. The best defense is a good offense, I always say.
Yeah. It's not the move I was expecting. He was really scared of your E5, Danny. So he's like, no E5 for you.
But it just gives me the pawn. What if I just take it? What's the deal?
I guess black has compensation. I'm just not sure where it is.
Well, I mean, according to the computer, but I don't really know that I believe it at the. Remember, the depth, I always tell people, the depth of this situation is a blunder check. It keeps us all, you know, in check. And it also makes sure that we see some really exciting moments. But I'm always like, I don't know, a little bit of time to think. I have a hard time believing this pawn stack. That's just me.
I definitely am gonna capture the pawn. I'm not sure which way, but seems like knight takes is right. After like Bishop E5, can I just play C3?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think
I don't know.
And what's the dealio?
I don't know. I'll take white. Yay, we're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. That's our favorite thing.
Yeah. Artemyev's like, why'd you do that? Or Esipenko, I'm sorry.
Against, like, I got you right here, buddy. I'll take
yeah, just play Rook F8. He's like, take my pawn, see if I care.
God, that's spicy, huh? Rook F8. He's laughing in the face of danger on F7 if something bad were to happen. I'm Team Esipenko here. I'm not buying this pawn stack by Dubov.
Yeah.
And I'm hardly buying that overly large sweatshirt he's wearing either. Is it what is on that sweatshirt?
C3, solid.
I don't know. All right, we're going to come back to this. There is a third tiebreaker going. We've now checked on both of the battles between all the players from Russia. There's a lot of them, but the only matchup that doesn't have players from Russia is Abdu Saturov versus Durabeli. Wow, Durabeli is crushing it.
Yeah. This is a very strange match.
Yeah. No,
I mean, black crushes white, then black crushes white. I mean, black's killing it this match, man. But yeah, then in the tie breaks, the first ones, Durabeli was doing great with black, and then he got run over and lost.
Yeah.
And then he won with the white pieces, like sort of easily. So whoever's down just crushes their opponent. So it's a very strange match. It's not clear who the better player is, because whenever I think somebody is, he just gets crushed. It's a weird match.
No, well said. And I think if I had to pick the player who's playing better today, it would definitely be Durabeli, just because, like you said, that first tiebreaker game this morning, Black was just better until he missed he missed
everything. He missed a lot.
Yeah.
By the way, I wasn't doing commentary with you, but I was watching the game that Andreikin lost, the first game.
Yeah, the night ending.
And you know, I don't like to say negative things about the players unless I don't like them, but that was not a well played endgame.
By either player, you're saying? That's
correct. Yeah, that was. I mean, obviously they're in time trouble, but I mean there was a yo-yo with the engine evaluation. Yeah. I thought maybe white was going to win. I mean,
for a
white
while,
could never win, and it looked dangerous for black. But then
Yvonne and I were saying the same thing. It was a 3-result position for quite some time. It was very weird.
And that was just a horrible blunder at the end, letting him play rook check and rook a4. I mean, that was crazy. Because usually when I think of Andreikin, I think like great bullet and blitz player, and he didn't have very much time on his clock, but he didn't. Yeah.
But look at this technique right now by Durabeli. I mean, we're not going to spend too much.
Oh yeah, this is great for black. Oh yeah,
this is a squeeze that you're proud of here. I'm
surprised the engine doesn't like black more.
I know.
really
it's
like
one
black.
of those positions where the math of +4 doesn't even match up with how this position feels. It feels even worse than +4 for black.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go back to the
completely crushing. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back to the. By the way, that was an interesting little sack there. He sacks the E pawn to play rook E5. I don't think it does anything, but
right.
Kind of cute. Esipenko and Dubov are, still where we left them. Knight takes.
No, I think you got to refresh because I saw him play C3. Yeah. Right.
But it wasn't bishop E5, was it? Wasn't it rook E8?
Right. I thought it was rook E8, C3, then bishop E5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him play rook E8. So
we'll refresh here. Yeah.
Always refresh.
Always refresh.
Okay. Now I look good.
Bring the feed live.
Hmm.
So yeah, it was after the pawn sack, he played rook Fe8, C3, then bishop C5, and this is where we currently stand.
Yeah, white's up a pawn. I really don't get it. I mean, it's almost like Dubov hated his position, so he sacked a pawn. I don't know. I mean, he's down a pawn. There's just no compensation.
Yep. Well, that's what I said. I was calling the bluff. I said I don't like it, and even though initially, it almost looked like you could justify it and say, no, there's going to be some compensation for black. I think the evil eval bar was distracting us. Like I said, the depth just hadn't caught up. I mean, it just seems very straightforward for white. Obviously, there's some pressure, so we're not discounting the fact that the game is not over for sure. But a pawn is a pawn, as Yasser would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see. This just looks great for. It doesn't look as good as Durabali's position, but it's obviously very good for white.
There is one game going on in the women's section. Why don't we check in quickly with Zagnidzi's tiebreaker? Nana Zagnidzi and Shuvalova are the only matchup on the women's side of things that moved into the faster tiebreaker. Karjakin won her game. Lagno sent Asabayeva home. So this is the only game going on in the women's section.
Hey, Danny, do you know how old Karjakin is? Because she's not very old.
Karjakin?
Yeah. Is she a junior?
I don't know. She's good. That's all I know.
I mean, she's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's insanely good.
Yep.
I mean, the game that she lost, the first game of the match, that was like she made a one-move blunder in a good position. But otherwise, she's just killing it.
Yeah, absolutely crushing it. And the clear favorite for sure to win the women's section. We'll get a fact check on how old Karjakin is. But
I mean, she's good. Like I wouldn't be surprised if she's top 10 in the world in a few years.
I mean, I was going to say, don't.
I mean, for
there,
everybody,
right?
she's insanely good.
Potentially to make the 2700 realm along with Judith Polgar and Hoi Fon, right?
I mean, I would be shocked if she didn't become 2700. I think she'll come better than that. Yeah.
Yep.
I think I'm really impressed. Yeah. I'm not easily impressed, but that's a great shirt, Danny. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not easily impressed either. All right. It's the Feingold gun. It's more impressive than Alekine's gun because I'm from Detroit. So that gun, you got to watch that gun. Yeah. Tripling up on the deep
between the Feingold gun and the Al-Johan's gun is the queen is in the middle rather
in
than
the back,
behind both rooks. For those who don't speak fluent chess culture reference.
If they've been watching you enough, they should speak that.
Yeah, exactly. The Feingold gun should be something that we never talk about again. That's the first thing. The second thing is it should be noted that it is potentially more dangerous in some ways than Al-Johan's gun because the fact that the queen gets to be the second capture can lead to some other types of dangerous diagonal.
There has to be some tactical move for black here because the engine says like black's slightly better, but like the A pawn's hanging and I've tripled on the D pawn. So, I mean, black better do something now. I mean, that's not, now the evaluation goes back up to, white doing good.
But that I'm sort of defend That does
Yeah.
sort of defend a5, assuming there's a discovery. But actually, where is the discovery?
No, we always like to take that pawn. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't understand why the engine liked black, because it seems like white's. I mean, I like two bishops too, but
The engines love the bishops. They just do.
that's true. Yeah.
Yep. There are a bunch of.
I like the bishops too, but maybe the engines like them more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe black can play bishop h5, and queen d6 is coming, and something scary. Could
Okay.
be scary.
All right, we'll keep our eye on it. We're going to head back over to the open section and see where we left off, because Esipenko is getting closer to showing Dubov exactly why that pawn sack was a silly idea.
So he took on b4 because the knight on d4 wasn't protected enough. Then knight f5. So it's getting tactical.
Yeah.
The knight wants to go to d6. He wants to take the knight on b4. Yeah.
Yeah, black won back the pawn with this knight takes b4. That was the
but if the knight gets to d6, that's annoying.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
That d6 square is a problem. In fact, how do we deal with it? So knight d5, I think, is the obvious move. Knight d6, the rook has to find some sort of square, like let's say rook e7 or something.
This is terrible for black. I mean, bishop a2, h4, h5. This looks great for white. Yeah, white's got everything. The queen on c7 is all passive. Yeah, no, this is just really good for white. Although if the clock times are accurate, white doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, and it seems like we have actually reached this position with the knight on d6 on the board. Relay is correct, indeed. The knight is on d6.
No, that's good for Esipenko. Yeah, pawn sacrifice that black played wasn't that didn't give compensation.
Yep.
But white's pawn sacrifice, getting his knight to d6, and now material's equal. And bishop a2's coming.
Can get behind there.
Yeah. We could also move our king off of g1 and play f4, f5. We could play h4, h5. We could play bishop a2. There's just lots of good stuff for white.
Yeah,
black is groveling.
The black rook has to make a decision first and foremost, and that may tell white what to do, because it's not easy to know where to put that rook when you have so many threats. Like
he played rook e6,
h4, h5. Looks like rook e6 is on the board now. We see it on the camera.
I mean, the thing's creeping up. I mean, I don't know what to do against bishop a2.
Bishop a2 looks great. Simple and sweet.
I mean, everything looks great for white. This position looks terrible for black. The bishop on b6, it's not defending black's king.
Well, the one thing to remember, though, is time pressure is real, and Esipenko is the first one under a minute.
Yep, he does have less than a minute. Yeah.
It's the one thing that maybe could tip the scales in Dubov's favor. Esipenko
He's threatening to move, but the threat is stronger than the execution.
It's true. Oh, he plays bishop f5.
Yeah, he likes that f5 square.
I like it as well.
Rook e7 was played. c4. Every move comes with a threat.
Yep.
I want to play knight c8 later just because it's legal. It's not a good move. I just like it. It's so cool.
I love it.
It's cool. It might be good. I don't know. Rook could come to d. I don't know, but it's
not a bad move. Cool. You can't take e5 because I take b6.
Right. It's just cool. So that's why I want to do it.
That's a way to gain a little bit of time on the clock. Knight c8, rook e8, knight d6.
This is really awful for black. Man, look at white's pieces. Yeah. Now wait a minute. What? Danny, look at the clock. He's so good. He gained 3 minutes. Very suspicious. Very suspicious clock.
I was just about to say that one thing to remember about the time control is the 10-second increment is. It's not like when you see time pressure in the regulation with 30 seconds getting added back to the clock. It's time, but it's not that much time. So when the players get under a minute, it can really be a problem. Although apparently he was not as low as the clock showed. So all right, let's jump to the other battle.
He played knight c8. Yay!
The There are two other matchups still going down. The other battle between Russian players from the motherland is right here. Artemiev and Karjakin are probably headed to a draw, but this is one that Karjakin is super comfortable squeezing from now until.
Yeah, probably a draw, but I'll take black. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take black because of who Karjakin is in this type of position, as well as the fact that only black really has a long-term target. I think this B2 pawn, maybe some idea to advance on the queen side.
Right. Yeah.
What is white doing?
Yeah, this is like Anonymous versus Capablanca. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Artemiev is better than Anonymous. So.
Anonymous was so good though back in the day.
He was okay.
Greco,
he was better than NN. Better than NN.
NN. Yeah. NN had a short run.
Man.
A short run NN did, but Anonymous really hung in there for quite some time.
What a lot of people don't know, Danny, is that NN changed the name later because losing so much and changed his name to the Washington Generals. It was terrible. I mean, it still didn't work out, but people didn't realize it was a different person. So.
Yeah. Changing your name doesn't always change the game. Oh, look at that. Changing your name doesn't change the game. Someone write that down. Make a note of it.
Someone write that down and then throw it out. Yeah, black has the big space advantage, obviously, and he's the only one pressing.
Yeah. I mean, again, best play, this is Nietzsche, as the players will say. Nietzsche. Nietzsche. That's what's going to happen in that kind of voice. Ooh, Nietzsche. I mean, that's it. That's it.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
Just don't talk like that during the interviews. Yeah. Renge 20. Good caption there. Renge 2021.
The bishop is sort of creeping to the G8 square, which is not a huge threat, but it is enough to pause and give thought to, because how do you defend E6, right?
Yeah, you can put a knight on F8, D8, or C7. There's too many ways to defend it.
There is, but none of those are super happy squares. So I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be a draw. At least with the knight on C7, we're defending the D5 pawn also. So there's not to worry about G4, F5 or anything.
Yeah, the problem is you really can't orchestrate E5 unless you, although that would be the plan if you, wait a second.
He literally doesn't care. He's just going to move his king up.
Doesn't care at all. Well, he's also pointing out that if you move the bishop to G8, we were highlighting the pros, but there's also a con. That's kind of a dangerous check, especially if the king is forced to go and guard F2. Well, here comes knight A4 and the B2 pawn falls.
Yeah, he wants to play B4, knight A4, knight E4 if allowed. Yeah, this and White's time situation is very bad. So if that clock is right, that's going to be tough.
I'm calling it. I think Sergey wins this game in classic Minister of Defense fashion.
Minister of Space Advantage. He's the space minister.
King A4 and king to B3 is a real problem here.
No, here's the line, Danny. This is the line of the century. Okay. King A4, knight B4, king B3, king C1, threatening bishop C2 mate.
Nice. It doesn't work though, because I can play F5.
You can play F5 or knight. Yeah, but it's still funny.
Like most of the variations you and I suggest, it has one.
It doesn't work. Yeah. Although still, you got to be careful. Yeah.
Yes. The point is, don't walk your king into a mating net. That's the lesson, kids.
Unless you're playing us, then you give it a try.
Do whatever you got to do. All right. So we've checked in on both of these Russian matchups, the all Russian matchups. Now we've got the only other. Actually, wait. We should just note Durbailey defeated Nordebek Abdusov.
Oh yeah.
So Nordy, the Magic Chess Dragon, is going to need a little bit of hocus pocus to keep his match alive. He's got to win with the black pieces.
He's got to win, so he better accelerate that dragon.
Oh man, flying over your head, spitting flames and laughing.
This match is dragging on, but Durbailey's in the driver's seat now. Right, what's happening here? Things have happened. Yeah, White just won an exchange and he's up an exchange. Yeah.
Oh yeah. What just happened here?
Yeah. I mean, White, that's the game where White played knight c8 as we left. Go knight c8.
Yeah, if we go back to where we were at, it was the bishop played to f5 by Esipenko. We saw rook e7,
c4,
c4, knight
and then
c8,
knight c8. And he
takes e5,
sacrifices the exchange.
Just gave up the exchange.
Probably because he had to.
Well, I assume the rook e8 has other problems like rook d7 maybe, or maybe you just take. No, but what's the problem here?
Actually, I was looking at rook d7, but I couldn't figure it out. But can I play e6 here? No, play e6.
This is probably good enough because now you're
but I like e6 because it's cool.
Yeah, bishop takes you like e6 because
I like e6. I didn't say it was good. I just said I like this.
I'll show it. Okay, so we're gonna assume
like it.
That's why.
Yeah,
we're gonna assume that's why the exchange was given up. And as we see in the live position, Esipenko is up in exchange.
Man, the king's not good. The black pieces are not defending the king. Yeah.
Rook to d8 is coming. Bishop f8 saves the day for now, but certainly Esipenko is.
How does that save the day? Yeah, queen e7. Yeah, what?
Yeah, okay. Resign times is what
that doesn't save the day.
And indeed, Daniil Dubov is Dubov.
We were confused about what he was doing, and rightfully so. What he was doing wasn't good.
What emphasis to put on the correct syllable there for a second.
That's right.
Dubov. Doing it well is Esipenko.
They're moving too fast. I'm scared. This is the game Karjakin's black. Yeah.
Yeah, we're back to.
They're moving very quickly.
Artemiev and Karjakin are the only game remaining here in the open section. It's the first 10-minute plus 10-second tiebreak game. If you're just tuning in, Magnus Carlsen already punched his ticket with a victory over Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Yeah, we got to refresh somehow because they made a lot of moves. Tons of moves.
Got it.
Yeah, there's the bishop on h5, and black's pushing on the queen side. There's a pawn on c5 for white. Wow.
Wow, how did that happen?
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened. Yeah, the engine says black's winning because black's king is just coming in, and I don't see what white's doing. I think white's losing. White can't do anything. I mean, you could play king d4, e5, d6, but that takes 30 years. So, yeah, this is just, Sergey's just going to win. He's totally crashing through on the queen side.
Well, we left the position after king a5 was played. Knight c2, king a4, knight b4. Oh, we went for that exact line.
Yeah.
Hey.
This is what we said. Yeah, and then f5. Yeah.
f5, and then knight a4 guarding knight c5 check as well.
Yeah, so knight c5 is bad, I think, because knight e8 to c7 is just
right, and the bishop is actually completely out of the game.
It seems like white went crazy because the position we saw, white's king ran away to to d2 and e3. So that's not good. Yeah, I mean, king d2 to e3 is crazy.
Yeah,
that's very strange.
If he keeps the the blockade alive with a move like bishop d1 check, it's actually
he was just afraid he's going to lose the c pawn, like b4, king b5, king takes pawn.
Right.
So he's losing his b pawn, which is much worse.
Right.
Much worse.
Yeah. So instead, he lets the king back in.
He went from bad to worse. Yeah.
And here comes the c pawn.
Wow, Sergey wins the first game with black.
That's not a fun spot to be in if you're Vladislav Artemiev.
What do we have? No draws in the first game?
Not a single draw, although we'll check in on what the final result was between Zagnidze and Shuvalova on the women's side. But wow, momentum clearly favoring Sergey Karjakin. If you're just tuning in, he won on command in the second tiebreak game to start the day to force the Blitz tiebreak here, and then he just won that first game. So he's on a roll. Is 10 plus 10 Blitz or rapid? Maybe I'm misspeaking by saying it's Blitz.
It's got to be rapid because it's 10-second increment.
Yeah. Okay.
And Chess.com changed what 10-0 was.
I believe 10-0 is still Rapid on our site now. I don't know.
No, I think it was Blitz and now it's Rapid. The 10-0.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like a year ago, you guys changed, but 10-10 is, I mean, that's Rapid. 10-second increment.
For sure.
That's not Blitz. Terrible.
Zagnidze gets the win against Shuvalova.
So 4 decisive games, the first 4. Good. No draws. Yeah, 2 passed pawns is hard to deal with.
Yep.
So we got 4 people who have to win on command the next game.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and especially since Derbyali and Nordebeck, the Dragon, are whenever one wins, the other one wins the game they have to win.
Yeah, I think that
even with Black,
that particular matchup has had Armageddon all over it since since regulation started a couple days ago. Of course, that could be jinxing it. We'll see if Abdusaturov can force the Blitz tiebreaker. Artemiev must also win along with Dubov and Shuvalova. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the second 10+10 Rapid tiebreaker here from the 2021 FIDE World Cup. And with about a minute and 45 seconds until the next set of games begin, let's remind you, we only have one more day of tournament arc. So if you haven't been following it, now's your chance. You should be. It's awesome, hilarious, it's ridiculous, and it's exciting, and sometimes inspiring to see players getting better so quickly as they try to take some cash prizes back to their community, whether it's the fighting game community or the anime reps. Pretty fun stuff to follow. So make sure you tune into Chess TV later today, as well as for the finals tomorrow on July 25th. Ben, we have a minute to go. We wanted to quickly show the game we didn't get to see the ending to. Abdusatturov, well, he kind of got lit up in this game. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Durabailey was teasing at the draw. Just sick to do that. You can't
always repeat. Like yeah, always repeat. Yeah.
You know, then H4 comes in, and the rest is history. The white king is blown open, and knight to d6 forces.
No, that was just an annihilment that game. He was just, I mean, he had no chance that game.
I do need to correct one misspeak in that there were actually two games still going in the women's section. Svidler actually got the win versus Kashlinskaya. Alina falls to Dinara, and we missed that game because there was actually the result was relayed with an error, but it was fixed. And now we know there are still two matchups going, Kashlinskaya and Svidler, as well as Zagnidze versus Shuvalova.
How do you beat Karjakin with black on demand? What? What do you? Yeah, he doesn't even know what to do on move one. He's like me. Like, I don't know.
You're asking for a friend?
I like that though. It's move one. And he's like, how do I beat Karjakin?
How do I beat Karjakin with black on demand?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find out. Apparently, you play a Sicilian. That's step one.
Queen C7. All right. A little Taimanov action. I guess that's as good as any. I mean, Sicilian for sure.
I don't know why, but I feel like we've seen more Taimanovs than we normally see in the FIDE World Cup. Even Magnus Carlsen throwing his hat in the ring to play a Taimanov at one point.
And then A3 from Sergey.
Yeah, that's called avoiding all the possible theory. That's what that's called.
Have you played A3 before, Dan, in that position?
I played every other move here besides A3.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, seriously, you can play Bishop E2, Bishop E3. You can even play F3 right away there. But okay, A3 avoids the Bishop B4 lines. A6, right back at you, avoiding any piece from popping a pony on B5. Okay.
All right, so it's must win for black against Sergey. Yep. That's a tough task.
It's also a must win for black for Abdusatturov. We can head over to that one here.
Slightly less tough against Durabailey than Karjakin. Yeah.
By the way, when he must win, Abdusatturov goes away from the French. Good call, kid. Now plays a Sicilian.
Another E6.
Another Taimanov. Although here we have the G3 variation. Alexander Ivanov called. He wants his dubious opening repertoire back.
That's right. Yeah.
Bishop to C5. This is oh man, this is a wild line here. I think
Durabailey can't be trying to play solid. That's not his game. He's got to play aggressive. He's got to play like himself.
Yep. And maybe that's what Norderbeck is counting on, because the way you play these G3 lines is you put the bishop on G2, a kingside castles, and often you're trying to just grip and control light squares for the rest of the game, but it is sort of a positional approach, less of a very tactical line. But that's not what we're going to get here with an early E5. After knight D5, white often responds with knight E4, gaining a tempo, heading into D6. These two guys are going to give us some sharp chess for sure.
Exactly. And he just did play knight E4. I saw him do it. It's funny. This is like the line where you take on C6 and play E5 immediately with the insertion of G3 bishop C5.
And which is better for who, right?
it's got to be better for white because I want to take that bishop, but I guess it's not technically attack because I have queen a5 check.
That's true.
So
black could actually castle, knight c5, queen a5 would
Yeah.
regain the piece. There's also the question of whether you even like g3. I guess you don't dislike it, even if you go for the traditional plans of c4
Right.
and even put the bishop on this diagonal. The g3 move is not really that weakening to the king side.
it's amazing. It's the theoretical position with two strange moves thrown in.
Yeah.
That's confusing.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll come
and
back
white
to
looks
it.
confused.
The last person who has to win on command to complete the trifecta here of what's happening in our second 10+10 tiebreak. Dubov has to get the dub. He at least has the white pieces against Esipenko.
Yeah, if somebody has to win on demand, Dubov's a good guy to pick. And Dubov already has a time advantage, and they have a very unusual position.
Yeah, it's unusual chess here in this second set of 10+10 tiebreak games. I mean, I like it. I mean, seriously, we have an A3 time on off by Karjakin. We have a weird G3 insertion in the Durabeli Abdusaturov game. And here we've got, I don't know, a positional edge for white, but an early exchange of the light square bishops. It's like a weird Catalan where we never push C4.
Yeah, it's a very strange position. I think in this game, black played B5 really early. Really early.
Yeah, let's look at it. It was one of those one of those B5 lines here.
Yeah.
I love this stuff actually. B5 and C5 right up my alley. You trade D4. The issue with the B pawn, though, unfortunately, is you can't take it back. I've been trying to move pawns backwards for years, still failing.
Yeah.
And that means the white has this target to sort of pry open the A file and have a positional edge against the isolated Peshka on A6.
Yeah, no, I'd rather have white here, of course, because A pawn is weak and we can attack it some more. White's really solid.
Yep.
Yeah, so for must win, I think this is very reasonable for Dubov.
Yeah, especially because it's a must win where you're not really, it's not like an all in must win, kings on opposite sides of the board. This is not quite a 2-result position yet for white, but close to a position where probably only white can press, right?
Yeah, obviously black's super happy with a draw. So
right.
He's just gonna have to play solid and passive.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back here to Abdusaturov's game with Durabeli because we did see queen a5 check by Norderbeck and bishop d2, the response. Nordy, the magic chess dragon.
I don't really understand what queen a5 check was. It's normal in the positions where white's played c4 and then white plays king e2 and king f3, but that's not necessary here.
Yeah, just like lost a tempo.
Yeah, I don't like queen a5 check.
I liked it. I like it where you referenced it as a tactical resource. I mean, if black was to castle here and knight takes, now queen a5 check makes perfect sense. You're literally regaining your piece, and I'm not even sure that trade helped white. But in this position, after bishop d2,
when you play queen a5 check and your opponent plays bishop d2, and you think for 2 minutes, you can't be thinking. I mean,
yeah, I just completed your sandwich right there.
Yeah,
I was hungry.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. You don't play queen a5 and then think for 2 minutes unless you miscalculated something, like period. And look at this move, C4. I love it. Dynamite.
C4 is explosive. Yeah.
Oh, I said it first. Awkward pun reference goes to me. You lose. King e2, and boom goes the dynamite. You got to move the knight anywhere you go. I've got things like knight takes f2, and I'm winning. Sorry, I didn't mean to get super confronted with the.
I'm very confused, Danny.
Yeah.
Why couldn't I just take the bishop right away?
Oh, I was testing you. You passed.
What? All right.
All right. Bishop C3.
My shirt's blinding you or something. Yeah. Yeah, this seems very unpleasant for black. He might just get scrunched.
Yeah, this
is awful. I mean, you can't play D5, you can't play F5.
Yeah.
And your bishop's trapped on C5. This is terrible.
Both moves lose to a devastating en passant. I mean, white can
this
literally
is terrible.
Bishop D3 and Queen H5, and does black resign there?
I mean, this is really bad. He's threatening B4.
Trapping the bishop where it stands.
There's a lot of good moves here for black, but I don't see any. I guess A5.
And the question on Queen D2 is the dual threat of coming to the king side already devastating?
Now, what black is strategically lost here, there's no question.
Yep.
Yeah. This isn't. Yeah, Queen A5, Queen B. That was just bad.
Yeah, Queen A5 check was just. I mean, and you know, our human reaction was backed up by the eval bar. The computer agreed. I mean, there are other moves you can play here, including castles. Like, and it's okay. Like in this position, you win back the bishop, and it's actually still very unclear.
Yeah, and it's hard to play bishop G2 because bishop A6. So,
yep.
You probably put the bishop on D3 or something, but you know, black can attack the E pawn. It can play F5 or F6 or rook. Yeah, black has a lot of play there. He played knight F5, so his bishop has the E7 square. Wow, I'm tempted to play B4 C5 because it's so funny.
B4 and C5, and that bishop on C8 will never see the light of day.
I mean, white. There's a lot of good moves. Yeah, white just played the simple bishop G2. Yeah, white can just do nothing and then just develop and castle, put the rooks in the center, and I have no idea what black's going to do.
Well, Dusaturov's magical run in Sochi has got to you got to find something wild here because it looks like it might be about to come to an end. We'll come back to it. Dubov is just in a great position here as white. This looks fantastic.
No, I agree. Yeah, this is pretty poor for black.
Yep.
He's just got the A6 weakness, and white has a lead in development.
Yep.
White's controlling the center better.
You're even threatening E5 going into an endgame is probably
this is not good for black. Yeah.
Taking B2 fails to rook B1. Your queen gets trapped. Don't do that.
You know, somebody has to win on demand, or we're done. So come on, let's see some 1-1.
The shortest day we've ever had. Let's go see if Artemiev can do it. Not looking great.
He has to win with black against Karjakin here. Man, the truth hurts. Yeah. No, I'm sure Karjakin's happy with this position.
I didn't wake up at 4 a.m. on the West Coast for nothing here. Okay.
Why did you wake up at? Oh yeah.
I want Blitz tiebreak. Somebody better win on command, or I am flying to Sochi and giving them a stern talking to.
Yeah.
All right, let's go check on the ladies' side of things. Maybe Saduka Sova and Kashlinskaya will give us tie breaks. Although, nope, looking really good for Saduka Sova. And she won the first game, so it would take a victory.
Wow, black sacrificed a pawn for this. Man, harsh.
It's always nice when you sacrifice a pawn to be clearly worse, huh? Title of my autobiography: sacrificed a pawn and was clearly worse.
Well, at least it can be tricky because black could somehow get an attack if white messes up because the bishop on b6. We can attack on the g file, but yeah,
it's one of those positions where if you put the bishop here. And then somehow like black just ignores it and quickly comes out, and all of a sudden your bishop is dumb there.
Yeah, I mean, black has like rapid and blitz swindling chances.
Right.
But again, slow chess, this is really bad for black. But okay, because it's so quick, maybe there'll be some attack here.
The only other matchup that could get us blitz tie breaks is between Zagnidze and Shuvalova. Zagnidze won the first game, so Shuvalova has to get a victory here as white. She looks like she's in okay shape to do so. Am I just gonna win a pawn?
Yeah, I mean e5 is it? Yeah, I mean white has a lot of pressure on d5 and c5 and e5. Yeah, there's some chances here.
Feels like we could probably trade queens and win a pawn. And although black has knight takes c3 and Okay.
I was looking at just playing knight e4, attacking the queen, and then and then after the trades, maybe f7 and e5 are both weak.
Right. You're threatening to win a piece now.
Mm-hmm.
So if something like this happens, you're taking with the knight, though, I assume.
Yep. Yeah.
And now black has the bishop pair, and you're not getting at anything that fast. I mean, I can.
Yeah, I mean, black can hold here for sure. So white has to find a really accurate way to maintain some pressure.
Yep.
Because white has a lot of pressure here because that bishop on b3 is, with that black pawn on e5, I want to do something.
Yep. I wonder if you can move the other knight here with your idea, maybe take with the knight.
Take with the knight, yeah. Then we're threatening everything.
Right. You're even threatening maybe something. I mean, okay, like play f6 and I'm partying. Woohoo!
Yeah, never play f6, Danny.
I know. I've heard you say it a million times.
That could be on the cover of the book of Never Play F6. Is that F6?
It's over now. You can stop pushing the.
That was bad. Yeah,
it's over.
Yeah, very bad F6.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the open section. See what transpires. Artemiev is the one guy who looks like he's making something of a mess. I mean, obviously, as you said, winning with black on demand against Karjakin, sounds like a nightmare that every top chess player has had. But at least he's keeping it messy. What's going on in this game?
He's keeping it real, but this could be an example of when keeping it real goes wrong. Well, problem is, black's going to have trouble with his king. He's probably going to keep it on e8 because he has to defend the h pawn.
Right.
And white is so solid that it's hard for black to do anything of note.
Yeah.
I mean, knight h5 to f4 is an idea.
I was just about to suggest this as well.
Yeah, bishop c5.
Yeah, this is.
No, I mean, black has a fine position, but in a must-win game, if it was a must-draw game, then black's doing great.
Yeah.
And then I'm really happy with black here. But in a must-win game, I'd like to have a little more something against Karjakin, a little more complications.
Right. But okay, there's you highlighted the king's need to stay on e8, and the flip side of saying the same thing is, you can maybe bring pieces for an attack on the king's side. There's an outside chance you castle long at some point. If you could play like knight h5 here, that actually looks like a good move. Come into f4. Maybe there's a rook lift in your future if you're Larry Christensen. And there is a very quick possibility of an attack. So I'm not going to write off my boy Vladislav yet. He is the Chuck Norris, of Russian chess for a reason.
He did play knight h5.
Okay, there you go. Chuck giveth and taketh away.
And then I think he played rook fd1. Yeah.
Yep, it's on the board.
Yeah, because always play bishop f1. That's going to come soon. Yeah, defend that g pawn.
Okay, so I'll play knight f4.
I'm torn, Danny. White played f3, and he's going to play bishop f1. Hey, he played your rook h6.
Did he really?
Yeah, he played it. Yeah, he's not kidding around.
You know what? Hey. I didn't go to the Larry Christensen school of
rook lifts
for no reason.
Is that school hard to get into?
Larry taught me a lot of things. Very few of them can be talked about on air. This is how you generate an attack out of nothing. You always rook lift. Always be rook lifting. ABRL.
Yeah. The Larry school is harder to get into than Arizona State, so you got to watch it. Okay. That's enough. No, actually, I like black now because I like your rook g6, knight f4.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
The king on e8 is fine. I like it.
This is how you make something out of nothing, and with mutual time pressure approaching, this is anybody's win. So, all right, let's check in on the other two because this one really will probably have our attention down the stretch. So let's Again, does Abdusattorov have any chance over here against Durabailey? Looking.
Ugh. I mean, if stalemate was a win, like Nigel said, White might be winning. Black just has no legal moves.
Yeah.
This is just awful. I don't know which black piece is the worst. I guess the queen. Man. A4 is nice. Take on passant. Your knight's hanging. Don't take on passant. You're just, everything's trapped. Yeah, the knight on D6 can't get dislodged. And he played rook E1 to stop E5 forever. I mean, black's in a must win here, but he's completely losing.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just completely strangled in the center and queenside and kingside.
White can literally play almost any move. Almost.
Black can't do anything. This is just awful.
Anything. This is painful. If I was White, I'd play like H4 just to stop G5, even though G5 isn't even a threat.
Well,
yeah, this has not gone well. I think that out on a limb, I think Norderbeck's French kind of caught up with him a little bit. He switched to the Taimanov here, and Durabailey was ready for it. So
he got confused in the early middle game. He met G3 and E5 knight E4 very badly.
Yeah,
that was the critical point in the game, and he didn't meet it correctly.
Which is shocking for it to happen so early, but it does happen, especially with like Bishop C5 is I think just not the right response.
No, Queen A5 check is really
Queen
bad.
A5 check was really the problem.
Bad.
So this game just got out of control quickly. White's bind on the dark squares, the D file, the D6 square is very real, and not looking good. A4, of course, you couldn't capture because the knight falls with en passant, and so White is just squeezing. This is so torturous. It happens to young players, as strong as they are, as from time to time, you still see inexperience happen in terms of like opening repertoires and move orders, and not to oversimplify, but it that, Ben. I mean, super grandmasters are there for doing a lot of things well, but on occasion, a young super GM can kind of be exposed in terms of just misplaying an approach to an opening that maybe they don't see as often as others.
He played knight E4 attacking the rook. The rook went to H6.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Durabailey was like, if you play rook F7, rook F5, I can keep attacking with my knight. And black is in a must-win situation. So he has to move his rook to not really where he wants it.
Right. Yeah. Repeating the moves is not an option.
Yeah.
So you have to put the rook on H6, which is, now there's a rook lift I can get behind. Sarcasm killed the cat. All right. Let's go back to the only other matchup we haven't looked at in a while, which is Esipenko versus Dubov.
White's in a must-win situation.
Dubov's in a must-win situation, but Esipenko is defending well. I mean,
oh yeah, he got his pieces really active. Knight C4, rook C6, bishop F6. Good.
This does not look as good as where we left it for us.
Right. Black got really active.
Yeah.
Yeah, White has to watch his B pawn and his C pawn. So both could get captured. Black needs some lift. That's Black's only big issue here.
Yep. Free the king side.
It's hard to get lift because G6 can't play, H6 might lose a pawn, but I guess H5. But Black should be okay here. Wait, did all of this happen?
A whole bunch of moves were just blitzed right here. After knight E4, the trade on B2 happened.
Oh, and rook takes C4.
Yeah, exactly. But still, this is, I guess from Dubov's perspective, at least have an imbalance to push for. You've got a knight and bishop, so you have some winning chances. But from Esipenko's perspective, objectively, Black might even be better in an endgame like this, where the two rooks and a passed A pawn are kind of hard to contend with. Yeah,
this should be a draw, but it's not going to be easy for anybody to win. This is the best chance that Dubov has is Black makes some time trouble errors because the position itself doesn't look anything close to winning.
And Black is not any lower on the clock than White at this point. So Dubov is
Dubov is in
Dubov
trouble.
not singing Zippity Doo Bob. Zippity. He's not singing that.
I missed you, Danny.
I'll be here all week. All right. Artemiev versus Karjakin. That's the game that's got us really excited. Whoa, wait, is taking on G2 a possibility here? That's shake what our mama gave us and make this thing messy. He's probably considering this because it may be his only chance to really mix it up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The last couple moves while we left.
I mean, that's why he played Bishop C4, was he wanted to, that was the idea.
Right. So he's inviting Rook takes G2.
Now if Rook takes C2, can I play the insane Queen B6?
That's actually.
I'm not saying I can. I'm just asking.
No, I think that's actually why it doesn't work. Because I was so focused on, I assumed it was like a queen sacrifice for material, but that's actually probably just good for black. I mean, yeah.
All right, we're gonna see it, I guess, because he played Rook G2.
Rook G2, but I think Queen to
Yay!
B6.
They did what we said. All right.
He did Queen to B6.
All right. I think Queen C6 is forced.
Yep.
Yeah, the engine prefers white.
Rook takes D2 and Queen takes C6 is on the board. It does not look good for Artemiev.
Artemiev looks confident. He saw this coming, and he was like, "Yeah, this is good," but it's probably not. But at least he has some. I mean, it's double-edged at least. Yeah. It's not boring.
It's not boring, and he might win material back, right? If Queen takes A8, Rook D8 with tempo.
That's what happened.
Allows you to capture on C4 next.
Mm-hmm.
So don't give up on me, baby.
Yeah, he's just taking all the pawns and saying that he won't get mated.
Man.
I mean, White's king is in some trouble, but White's going to be a lot of pawns ahead.
Yeah. 3 passers on the queen side, to be exact. In fact, after you take, queen takes, if you don't do anything, I'm literally just going to push the 8 pawn. That's it.
Yeah, if black wants to activate his queen and rook, he's probably got to play king G8 first, so that there's not just a check on A8 and the king can't go to E7. That's terrible. So getting all of his pieces active isn't easy, because he's got his king on F8 is a little suspicious. He's thinking about not taking the bishop on C4 and trying to get some attack, but I don't see anything like that.
No, it's bogus. I mean, Queen G5 would be met by Rook G1. No soup for you.
Yep. Yeah, he just took. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so he's got to show his compensation. He's got to keep attacking. Yeah, the engine doesn't believe it because the engine always defends perfectly.
Yep.
So it's like, yeah, you don't have a main, and I'm up a lot of pawns.
Yeah, but it's it's a practical try.
Right. Yeah.
The one idea is, like, if you get the rook to the 7th rank, anything can happen, including ideas like queen to G5 and taking on H2 in some positions. There's also the obvious idea of just, doubling along the 2nd rank.
I guess the other idea is black losing on time.
That's the other idea. That's the twist ending.
Time management isn't perfect.
Yeah.
Dude, you got to move.
We call that the Alexander Ivanov gambit.
Yeah. He played queen A7 because you said it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea actually to do the queen first, because in this move order you threaten queen F2, which hits F3. So he's going to force black to force Karjakin to defend, likely with rook F1, which then means now you can play rook D2 and you're not being offered a trade. So he's, Artemiev is tricky, right? It's not his first rodeo swindling himself.
No, the problem is, though, with the king still on F8, queen C8 check, knight D5 check.
Yeah, and again, we have to remember that all Karjakin needs is a draw. So
yeah. Black has to throw in king G8 at some point so that he's not super scared of queen C8 check.
Yep. We're going to stay
not really a tempo you want to use, but
we're going to stay right here, everyone, because both the other games, Dubov is, as we said, unlikely to get the dub against Esipenko, which he has to get, and Abdusaturov is groveling. And I think this is the one game that could get us a blitz tiebreaker if a mistake is played. And look at that, knight d5, queen f2. Hold the phone, Benjamin Feingold. I just called you Benjamin. Now you know I'm serious.
Yeah.
Benjamin Feingold. Does anyone call you Benjamin anymore?
I hope not. I mean, only if it's all about the Benjamins, then okay. Yeah. All the Benjamins I know are higher rated than me.
Yeah.
Ladura, Bach, Joel, terrible. I need some weaker
Maybe you
Benjamins.
should change your name to just Ben.
Legally change it to Ben, yeah.
No, just Ben.
Oh, just Ben.
Just
No
Ben.
Feingold. Ah, interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. That's good commentary.
Queen to
Queen
C1.
where? Queen C1.
I think
Oh, he wants to
Karjakin
take on
really
F4. All right.
Well, he's really going to annoy Artemiev because he's pointing out that, yeah, you can run away, but all I need is a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Play tickle no matter where you put your queen on the
Yeah, but
second
after
rank.
Queen F2, I can also just take on F4. If you play Rook D2, I can back rank check you.
Oh,
That's what's going to happen. Yep. You play Queen
we're
E2
gonna
and you
see.
play Queen takes F4.
wait, does Black have any chance to run? It looks like Artemiev has played the move H3. Yes.
Mhm.
Threatening. Wait, he's threatening multiple things here. He's also threatening Queen D1 or Rook D1, excuse me.
Yeah, but then there's all these checks again, Danny.
Schmarnit.
If only the king was on G8.
Yeah. And by the way, if you play King G8 now, watch out for Rook takes G7 check.
G5.
Dude.
Wow. It's not winning, but it's cool. So Queen F6, I guess.
Yeah, if Queen takes
Queen
G5,
G3.
Queen takes F3.
Queen G3. That's going to be hard to win if Karjakin takes the H pawn.
He plays Rook in, but now you're
That loses. The engine says White's winning now.
Yeah, but even if you're not winning, just Queen B8 check.
Now he really gave himself some good chances there, but Karjakin defended really well.
That's how he earned his nickname, right?
Mhm. Yeah, the queen went to E5 check, and yeah, White's up some pawns, and Black doesn't even have a threat.
2 decades of chess commentary watching Sergei Karjakin play at the highest levels have included phrases like, well, they had chances, but Karjakin defended really well.
Karjakin defended really well. Yeah.
Well, Karjakin defended really well there. Well,
Yep.
Karjakin
Yeah, he's just
held
going to
that
play
angle.
for a draw, though, because you can't escape the draw if you're Black. Yeah.
And
you can't go to the
another-
C
another
file 'cause
fold
Rook
by
C1 is
Sergei
gonna win.
Karjakin.
Yep.
And again,
Yep. Great
moves
defense
on.
because it was looking scary for a while.
yeah, he moves on to round 5, sends home his countryman Vladislav Artemiev. And as they discuss the final moments, we're going to move back to the games that are still going because they got a little more spice for us. Let's see if Esipenko is about to do the same. He's going to do the Karjakin here, and also send a countryman home.
Yeah, there's no chance for White to win
Yep.
here. Nothing.
Esipenko is all over it.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I think
Jublov, he sees it. He's
Yep.
he's resigned to
Jublov
his
is,
fate.
yeah, that's not a happy head in hand. They say,
Yeah, you
a
can't.
bird
Yeah,
in hand.
there's no way to win this position.
Yeah. If the bishop moves, E4 is played, and
And 2 pawns never beat 3. 3 pawns against 3 is drawn like half the time. If White wins, it's like 90 moves. So 2 pawns never wins against 3.
we appreciate the donation and support on YouTube from Arjun saying we need Magnus's game. Unfortunately, Arjun, Magnus has been done for more than an hour.
They want Magnus to come back and just
He
play
wants
somebody.
Magnus. Okay, if
Yeah.
you can donate enough money to get Magnus to come
Yeah,
back,
Magnus will come and just play chess with one of the
play,
arbiters.
then okay, Arjun. But otherwise, I'm sorry you came late to the party. Magnus defeated Radoslav Wojtaszek about 90 minutes ago, and that's the deal. So
I mean, Magnus will be playing tomorrow, so.
there you go. So keep donating, and you know what? If you keep donating, Arjun, I'll make sure Magnus plays tomorrow. But I'm gonna need to see it.
Yeah, he played G5 and then E4 because then the knight's not defending the F3 pawn.
Yeah. E4, King F2. This is
Yeah.
a matter of either
Yep.
you swindle you go home if you're Dubov and
He can still play rook takes f3 and lose, although I think that draws. Yeah, that does draw. You take the rook, I take, and then, oh, wait, maybe he play king g3. Oh, king g3 probably wins.
What are you saying?
Oh, no, you still win with king g4, so you can't do that. All right.
Okay, wait. Did
Wait, he did do that.
He did do
Oh, I forgot he could play king e5. I thought there'd be a check, but there's no check. Yeah.
Okay.
He did play rook takes f3 and draw because he played king f3, king e5.
It felt
as soon as he plays f5, it's a draw. But yeah.
It felt unnecessary, but he does finish the draw. Let's
right. It's just an end of the game right away. Yeah.
They're analyzing. Here's what happened, everybody. The moves came in super fast. Ben was saying you could take with f3 and allow the. Wait a second. Wait.
I think the engine's just
okay. I think the engine's just being nuts. Okay,
go back with the knight on f5. Let me see if the engine's still crazy. All right, the engine calmed down. Yeah.
Yeah, engine. That's like engine needs to calm down. F5 is played.
Right.
Forcing it.
If you check, there's king e6, and that's it. Yeah.
Yep. And there's no way to win. Yeah. Again, as said, Abdusattorov also did fall to Durabali, and so and so that's it.
So in the open, it's all over. But in the women's, there could be some more, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sadukasova sends home Kashlinskaya, so there will not be a further Blitz tiebreak there. The only potential match that could give us Blitz is here between Zagnidze and Shuvalova.
Wait, doesn't White have to win?
Yes, Shuvalova has to win in order to force the tiebreaker.
That seems pretty unlikely.
Not ideal. Not ideal if you're.
I don't see legally how White can win. Black might win. It's a draw with correct play, but if it's a must win, I'll take Black because I'm past H1.
Well, this
so we have no 5 minutes today. Wow,
this could be a shocker. I mean, we've had a lot of things happen on these shows, but we have never not yet had Blitz. And excuse me for the double negative, but you're welcome. We have never not yet had Blitz. But today's the day. There will be no Blitz.
Yeah, nobody could. There was no 1-1s in the 10 minute.
Yeah. Zagnidze moves on, and Shuvalova sees her tournament come to an end.
Yeah.
I got all dressed up for nothing.
No, but in the must win, nobody won. Man, truth hurts.
The truth does hurt. And I thought that this salmon shirt was going to ride me a good 6.5, 7 hour show. Turns out I don't look good in pink.
No, but maybe you can get a nap in because you woke up at 4 a.m.
That's true. I could get a napkin, a nap in. Okay.
You could get a napkin too. Yeah.
I'm going to get some more of this cold brew while we take a quick break because I'm going to be all jacked up in coffee for whatever my wife's got waiting for me at the honey-do list at home. My Saturday just got a lot worse. I had several more hours here. Now I got to go home and hang some shelves and paint something in the garage. Don't go anywhere, everybody. Ben and I will be right back. Final moments of round 4 tie breaks in just a few. And we're live with Sergey Karjakin. Sergey, you ruined our Saturday by not allowing Blitz tiebreaks because you won too fast.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but
now I have to go home and do things around the house. Do you ever have to do things around the house if you win chess games too quickly?
Yes, of course. I remember, for example, when I played Candidates tournament in Moscow. After the games, I went home to stay with the kids to be at home. So yeah, it's fine.
There you go, man. Sometimes you got to play longer chess games, and then you don't got to do home stuff. No, but jokes aside, you're playing well. It was a joy to watch you today, winning that game with Black to start the 10-10 tiebreaker, and then this last one where you defended. How are you feeling about your form right now in Sochi? Are you feeling good at this point?
Well, I'm feeling that I'm very tired. I'm of course very happy that I won. Honestly speaking, it was one of the most difficult matches in my life.
Yeah,
especially after you lose the first game, you have to win on the spot. So it was very difficult, but okay. Finally, when it happened, at the moment, I just want to rest and to walk, to eat. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you feel like you were in trouble in the second game when he did the rook lift to G6, or you thought everything was under control?
Honestly speaking, I saw that I'm fine before the moment I blundered rook takes G2. So actually I played bishop C4. I thought rook G2 doesn't work because of queen B6, and somehow I stopped to calculate. But then in fact I was very lucky that I'm not losing immediately, and later on, I don't know. It's probably a question to computer if he had something or not. But I'm happy that with the load time he didn't find anything.
We were following it with the computer, and I can tell you, there weren't really many chances, especially because he was in a must-win situation. So you defended really well. There was a funny idea at some point, like here, with some idea of queen C5 instead of taking with immediate threats that might have been a little bit weird.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Maybe I have some queen A5 or not.
Yeah, that's actually the key move according to the computer. You're threatening the queen trade, which forces me to move the queen first, and then you do this.
Whoa.
So if I go here, you can trade, and so queen A5 is the key.
Yes.
Anyway, well, and then you handled the time scramble well. I guess take us back through that first game where you had to win on command.
Yeah, it was very, very important. I think I played basically fine. Maybe I lost my advantage at some point. I don't know. It's hard to say, but until some moment, until A4 or something like that, I think I played quite well. More or less here, I think White has a big advantage. The question is how to
convert it.
Yeah, to convert it.
Did you miss the move queen H3 E5?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. I did. I missed it, and then it became very tricky.
Yeah, Ifan and I were calculating this line with queen A4 sorry, not queen E5, but bishop C7.
Yes, there were many tricks like this, and I was afraid of queen A1 probably. Check, and
it's definitely scary.
I think it's scarier if you have black because the pawn on G6 is so annoying. But yeah, you're in a must-win situation.
Yes, that was the problem. That I'm in a must-win situation. I was afraid to spoil it, but probably objectively, maybe it's very good.
Well, Sergey, let's talk quickly before we let you go about who your opponent is in the next round. Do you know who you're playing next?
I think I'm playing Maxime Lagrave.
That's correct. Yep.
What are your thoughts about going up against Maxime? We know he's done pretty well in the World Cup historically, and obviously we know you guys have had many games against each other, but You want to just tell us all your preparation now? We won't tell him, I promise.
Well, I think that basically he's of course a super grandmaster, and he's in a good form here. He played few very good games, so of course it will be a very difficult match. But at the moment, I don't want to think about it deeply. I just want to relax.
I'll tell you, he's a one-trick pony. He only plays the Najdorf. And he only plays the Grunfeld. You can tell him I said that. So just prepare for those things. You'll be great. So,
great coaching, right. Danny. Great coaching.
Thank you.
Sergey, great to see you again. Congratulations, and we hope your run continues in Sochi. We're wishing you the best of luck, and maybe we'll be talking to you again in a couple of days.
Thank you very much. I hope so.
Congratulations. Yep. Good luck next match.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, and there you have it, Sergey. A fun interview, and he's doing well. I think that matchup, Vache Legrave versus Karjakin, that's a big one. Circle that in the next coming days. Obviously, we will be back here bright and early tomorrow, July 25th. That's Sunday. Me and world champion Viswanathan Anand will have the call, and Ben, we're gonna have you on call. I typically have you on call for whenever I need you. A late night. You're I got the digits, right? I call your celly. You answer anytime. That's our relationship.
I've been talking to a lot of people, and they can't get the block function to work, but I've been trying to, but I can't do it.
No, but we'll be here tomorrow, July 25th. The FIDE World Cup continues. Viswanathan Anand will be alongside me, and obviously other guests and interviews as appropriate from Sochi. So, Ben, we did it again. We managed to survive one more stream together.
Yeah, it's amazing. The first time we don't see any blitz, so you got rid of me quickly. That was good. You did a good job.
That was shocking, right? The lack of blitz is, I think that as the event goes on, Ben, and just the probability is less because there's less games, right? So I guess it shouldn't be that surprising now that we're moving into the round of 16. But yeah, I guess I thought we'd still be here for a little bit. So I am going to miss you today, despite all the jokes I've made. I hope you have a busy little Saturday plan. Maybe you head to Home Depot, maybe Bed Bath & Beyond if you have enough time. Pick up some stuff for the house.
That sounds like a good idea, Danny. I think I'll just stream later. Okay. You got to do what you're good at. So.
Okay. All right. Well, shout out to the whole crew. Thank you to the team, producers, staff, moderators, and all of the fans for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow at 5 a.m. Pacific for the start of round 5, the 2021 FIDE World Cup, brought to you here on Chess.com. Good weekend, good day to the rest of you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.